Uh,
Or should I?
yeah, you probably can.
Oh wait, actually what I could do is I can put it in theater mode. That's better. That way they don't see all my stuff on the side while we're watching
No,
the
put it
video.
in
Full
full
screen?
screen mode.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, so that's better for you.
Yeah, that clears out your desktop.
Okay, so there is something wrong with my camera. It's frozen again. I mean,
Uh,
I've had this camera for, 3 years now, 3.5 years.
that's probably dying.
It's doing something. It is doing something.
And really, all
And
I
it's,
needed for is Discord at this point, because I'm just displaying Discord on the screen.
yeah. Um, I'm even over here trying to think of something different of
I
what I
don't know of
can.
another way to do this.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if I should just unplug this one and put the other one back on, because the other camera has not had any use. This camera I've been using consistently for 2 years.
I mean, it works fine with Discord, doesn't it? It should.
I don't know, but it's freezing on Streamlabs, and that's my concern. That my screen is freezing on me,
I don't know.
and I don't know why.
I have no idea.
Like I said, it was doing that while I was streaming too. So that's some of my concern now
I
that the
am
camera's
sending,
freezing.
by the way.
Hmm?
I am sending.
Sending?
In other words, I am streaming.
Oh, you just went live on me?
I told you when you click start, I was gonna click start too.
All right, so,
Silly girl.
but I'm not recording, so
Pop the
let
record
me,
key.
I'm doing it right now. Don't, don't make me come through this computer.
We're gonna fight.
All right, so I'm recording too. And I'll just have to figure out the edits later.
Yeah, we'll just figure it out.
Um,
I have it all set for me, even including ads for you too. So if that happens that way, and you don't skip it, it's not gonna matter. VODs are not
oh,
automatically saved either.
okay, so you don't have to worry about it publishing like
Nope.
automatically. Okay, so that's
So it's fine.
um,
So if any edits I need to make, I can make.
all right, that sounds good. Um, the one thing that I've been horrible at my whole entire streaming career is doing video edits, and now I might be forced to do so. So fun times. All right, so
You gotta enable
since
the
you're live,
camera on Discord or no?
I don't think it's a. You said you have the whole screen. Oh, you have the full screen up.
Yeah.
So you don't have my Discord, or
No, I have the Discord on
wait,
the
not
bottom.
Discord. Okay, so um,
So if you
if I
activate your
do,
camera, we're
yeah, but
both gonna
that's
be down
going.
here at the bottom anyway. So everybody's gonna see
Yeah,
that
we're
anyway.
we're gonna have to visit that in the
We'll
near
figure it out.
future.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, because I can't have. It looks like it disabled the dual too. So the only
Okay.
other thing I could think of, um, and that would be super interesting. I have another Discord account. I could log in on my phone too.
I mean, yeah, you can use a phone camera.
Yeah, but
there is ways to set that way. We just don't have it set.
I have a tablet too. I have a laptop. I
Yeah,
well, I
there's
can't do the
ways.
laptop.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But because also too, because you're live, um, I don't know if if it's this. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
So, do you want to like share what we're doing?
Basically, today, what we're going to be doing is reviewing a court case and commenting. You guys are
Or court
welcome to comment
cases.
too in the chat uh, what your thoughts are.
So
Literally,
I
what we're doing.
didn't. Yes. Okay. So this is a one of the a little bit on the hefty side of on time.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. That means we might actually get hear some stuffs compared to the shorter ones. Um, so this particular
Looks
case
like.
is titled that the ex-wife goes mad as dad moves on with pregnant girlfriend.
Uh oh. Uh
So
oh. Not that.
this should be pretty interesting, actually, I think, because we've been watching a lot more like CPS type cases where
Right.
the mother ends up not getting her way,
And
and
guys,
CPS is
just so that everybody knows, this is our opinion, nothing more.
yes.
Okay, we're not here for we're not here for wars. No, that's not how we're doing this. You're welcome to comment if you wish, but we're not starting a war.
Just an just an opinion with
It's an opinion.
maybe our own little expertise in the back and as the fuel for the opinion.
Correct. If you guys
Um,
wish to do that, that's fine. There's no ifs, no ands, no bull. That's fine. But we're here to just have a little bit of fun with it.
and everybody does have like different perceptions of things, so
Right.
it you know maybe
You guys may think completely
you're not
different than
seeing
us,
what
and that's fine.
you're not seeing something that we see.
Right.
Um, so I don't know why, but this particular case I've been wanting to watch for like a couple of days now, or since I added it. So I'm really like kind of excited to see what happens. And we also have this, at least these things are a little bit better named, I think. Or maybe not. It looks like we do have the dad and the mom here,
Right.
but um I don't know this, and it's two attorneys and the judge.
Right.
But I don't know who this other attorney is for. This guy here in the middle. I'm a little curious. I'm always a little concerned when the parties don't have representation. But I guess we'll see. So we're gonna get started.
Yeah, we'll get started.
Um, see what we got going on
Now,
here.
just for everybody's context, these cases are available on YouTube. Okay? We are not doing anything that.
We're not compiling
No, we're
files.
not compiling
We're
anything.
not searching information about any of the people that are
Nope.
involved before or after because we don't care. We
No.
just want to watch the video.
Yep, we're just watching the video.
Um, yeah.
Yep.
All right. So let's see. Oh, and we do sometimes pause in between when we have something to say.
Right.
So, all right. Let's get started. Hope that I don't
Starting
get
with you, if you'll,
hit
you
with a
already
commercial.
announced, if you'll give me an opening statement followed by Mr. Lopez's opening statement, then we'll get to testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. With regard to the background of this case, there is currently a temporary order that's in place There's one child before the court, Kaylin Higginbottom. Kaylin is 2 years old and will be turning 3 in February. In the temporary orders, both parties were appointed as joint managing conservators for Kaylin. The parent-child relationship was established between Kaylin and Mr. Higginbottom, and the surname was found to be Higginbottom. With regard to visits, the court had ordered one overnight visit on Saturday from 10 a.m. to the following Sunday at 6 p.m. on the first, third, and fifth Saturdays of each month. There was a finding here that Mr. Higginbottom must have a valid driver's license, or there must be a competent adult with a valid driver's license driving the vehicle for all pickup and drop-offs. DeJohn Novies Higginbottom shall not drive any vehicle without a valid driver's license with the child as a passenger. Mr. Higginbottom must be present for all pickup and drop-offs. It was also included in the visitation schedule.
Imagine being able to build an app with
That
your
was
name
quick.
on it, just by thinking
Yeah.
about it. Meet Base 44.
Let's see here. There's also a provision that Mr. Higginbottom agrees that he is not allowed to withdraw for the purposes of re-enrollment the child from the daycare without Miss Erica Stroop's permission. And there was also a provision that he would have visitation time with the child on Father's Day in 2025. There was also an app close provision that the order also included. Child support was ordered in this case as well, set at $366 per month. Medical support was ordered to be covered by Miss Stroop through her employer, and she was ordered to get reimbursement on the out-of-pocket medical expense. No, I'm sorry, not the out-of-pocket, but the cash medical reimbursement for $102 per month for medical support and $38 per month for dental support. All those beginning May 1st, 2025. After visiting with both parties and conferring with them, I believe that there's a dispute with regard to visitation still. There's still the outside.
Okay, so I'm already pausing. I feel like
Okay.
in what he just said, we could already tell that that there's an issue with him having a new girlfriend. And
Okay.
because for visitation, he is not allowed. He's the only one allowed to pick up and drop off the kid, which means she does not want that new girlfriend. She does not want that new girlfriend picking up her child or
Right.
dropping her child off. So that it's gonna be interesting. I'm sorry.
Standing issue of retroactive support. However, I believe both parties would be in agreement that final order should not be entered yet, and we are here for another temporary orders hearing. I believe the main dispute is visitation, Your Honor. I believe, if I'm correct, that Ms. Stroop is requesting more limited visitation because Mr. Higginbottom does not have a valid driver's license yet, and Mr. Higginbottom is requesting more visitation that was ordered than temporary order going forward. And so I believe that's the main dispute that the court has to resolve today, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, anything you heard or didn't hear or to add or subtract from Mr. Valera's opening, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, that was accurate. We feel it is in the child's best interest to continue on these temporary orders. For the most part, they have been working. However, the specific orders outside of the standard visitation custody orders have not been complied with, and we are increasingly growing in concern over why they have not been complied with. First of all, Mr. Higginbottom was adamant that he was going to get his driver's license situation taken up, if you recall, back in April. He still does not have a valid driver's license. We just learned that his girlfriend, who has been driving him around, is now expecting a child. So that would be 3 children from 3 different parents that he would be responsible for. It's just increasingly urgent that he resolve this driver's license situation. He also was ordered to provide discovery responses within 30 days. I received an email about 45 days after they were sent with no attachment. I then responded via that email to that email where saying that there was no attachment showing any discovery responses, and I got nothing from Mr. Higginbottom. So we also feel that we shouldn't proceed with final orders until we get those discovery responses, which he was ordered to have provided within 30 days of receipt. I know at that last hearing, you ordered that he bring his mother and girlfriend to this hearing. I'm assuming is because they were going to be increasingly part of your decision in ordering the visitation the way it was. My understanding is they're available, but they are not here, Your Honor, to either be cross-examined by you or myself as to whether this was going on. We have history of Mr. Higginbottom driving a vehicle with the child in the car. That was brought up at the last temporary orders hearing. I feel that the only way he's going to take this court seriously is if there is some kind of incentive for him to get this done. So all we are asking is for the temporary orders to continue and they be amended to prevent him from having overnights. He can still have the same amount of visitation during the day, but just no overnights until he gets his driver's license situation taken up, which I believe is just a matter of paying a couple of $100 in citation fees, which again, he's had not just the 5 months since that court hearing, what you admonished him to get done, but for many months prior to that.
Remind me, what date was the court hearing again? Did you?
April 15th,
Okay.
2015.
So
Okay, April 15th. Okay, thank you.
there's a lot of stuff there, right? There's a lot of things going on there. Why didn't he do any of this?
I mean, honestly, by reading the title of this, I guess my thought process was that it was going to be more focused on the mother and her problems. I didn't know that the father was going to come with so much baggage.
I mean, there's a lot of baggage there. There's a lot of things there that just doesn't make sense. Like, why would you do that? Why would you, like, say that you have all these things and just not do anything? That to me is not good. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, well, the driving with the kid and not having a driver's license or being able to legally drive does sound somewhat problematic from a safety standpoint.
right.
But blocking or trying to block him from someone else being with him to pick up and drop off the child seems a little extra too. So I'm kind of wondering at what point is this gonna flip to the, and I'm like, what do they mean by goes mad? That he's like moved on.
Right.
And I kind of feel like there's a little.
Why is she mad? That, sorry.
Oh, she's mad. But I think also too, what was the point of saying that he has 3 kids with 3 different women?
Right.
What does that have to do with anything?
Right now, we don't know. So let's find out.
Yeah.
Then we'll have a hearing. State's drafted, or that state has the burden since they filed the petition, and so they get to call witnesses first. Whoever's called, you'll be answering the questions only, and then wait till your lawyer asks you questions. Ms. Stroop, don't try to get ahead of yourself and answer every question in the book that hasn't been asked. You'll get your full opportunity. try not to interrupt each other unless it's a valid legal objection. Interrupting just takes up time, and I have to stop you because I can't hear everybody talking at the same time, and the recorder won't pick up, everybody talking. It would be all garbled. So behave, and we'll get through this quicker. Thank you very much. First witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today we'll call Mr. Dijon Higginbottom. Mr. Higginbottom,
Yes, sir.
with regard to the visits as they currently are, is it correct that the visits have been occurring from 10 a.m. on Saturday on the first, third, and fifth Saturdays, going on to 6 p.m. the following Sunday?
Yes, sir.
And how have those visits gone according to your perspective?
Great in my perspective. My girlfriend's been taking me there and picking him up, no issues, dropping him back off, no issues.
And where do you do the pickup and drop off?
At Erica Stroop's apartment, her new apartment.
Her new apartment? Okay. Without giving me her address, what is the approximate distance between you and her as far as where y'all live currently?
Somewhere between like 15 miles, about 30 minutes away.
Okay, 30 minutes by car?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that your license is currently suspended?
Yes.
And is that because of outstanding tickets that you have not paid off yet?
Yes.
Do you know how much you have to pay in order to get your license unsuspended?
As far as Bexar County, I'm down to $493 left to pay, and I still have I can't remember the date as far as Austin goes, but I have another court date set for that to pay that one.
Do you know how much that ticket's going to be by any chance?
No, sir.
If you were to guess, would it be in the hundreds or in the thousands as far as the fines go?
Hundreds, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. All right. What's your plan to get your license reinstated?
Of course, based off the reinstatement online, it stated that I have to pay off the outstanding fines and then the reinstatement fees. So I'm just paying those as every check I can pay them.
Okay. Based on what you know now, how long do you think it'll take you before your license is reinstated?
A year, maybe. I still have other bills to pay for as far as everything else. So I can't just take all my money and pay my bills and then not have a job and not have a car or have a way to work, or my oldest son has to go to school. So,
Okay.
you know.
I think they think these people are made of money.
And so far you've been getting driven to the pickup and drop off location by your mother or your girlfriend. Is that right?
By my girlfriend.
By your girlfriend? Okay. And is it true that you're expecting another child early next year?
End of this year.
Oh, end of this
Yes.
year. Okay. December of 2025? Okay. And from talking to you earlier, is it fair to say that your preference in this case would be to have some sort of 50-50 split of possession of Kaylin between yourself and Mitch Stroop?
Yes.
If that's not possible, what are you asking for next? Is it the standard visitation schedule, which would be between yourself and Mitch Stroop and Kaylin?
Yes.
The standard visitation schedule can be currently known as, it used to be known as the expanded standard visitation schedule, but it can go from all the way from Thursday evening, dropping the child back off at daycare or school on Friday, picking the child back up after Friday after school, having the child all the way through the weekend and on to Monday morning on the first, third, and fifth weekends. So it's quite a bit of days there when the weekends happen. When I was talking to you earlier, it sounded like your work schedule and your schedule really isn't conducive to that. Is that fair to say?
As far as the Thursday, yes. It would be more along the lines of the Friday, him being dropped off, and then me taking him back to daycare, wherever that is, on Monday.
And so with regard to this temporary order and what you want to see um, change, are you asking that the visitation be expanded further than what it is now?
Yes.
And um, do you believe the visits should be from Friday at 6 to Sunday at 6 on every first, third, and fifth weekend?
I'm sorry, it froze for a second. Can you repeat that?
Yes, sir. Do you believe the visits should be from Friday at 6 to Sunday at 6 on every first, third, and fifth weekend?
Yes.
All right. You've heard Mr. Lopez's opening statement with regard to they want the opposite. He's asking the court to have the visits be not overnight until you get your license reinstated. What's your
A correction. A first, third, and fifth weekend. Fifth weekend does not exist. So it's be the first and third weekends. Just for
I'm wondering if that is for months that have an extra weekend.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so since we did that real quick,
I would assume so.
I have decided to put my camera on here, because
That's fine.
for my recording, it's kind of off. Like the screen is off, so I'm just letting you know that I did add my camera there.
Okay.
On Discord instead.
And that is Dr. Curiosity. So she pops up and says hello to everyone.
No, it's just I don't know, like looking because I have my recording set on my other screen, and it looks like I'm not looking straight ahead.
Right.
And it was getting on my nerves. So I just put my image up for the recording.
Right.
But I just wanted to let you know that that's what I was doing.
No problem.
All right.
response to that?
Response to his opening statement. For one, my mother and girlfriend are here present. They're just not on their own personal Zoom. They are here present. Secondly, as far as the discovery questions, I did respond. No, there wasn't any attachments. I personally didn't understand what attachments he was requesting as far as my pay stubs back to 2023, because that's not when that didn't pertain to the time frame at hand. So I didn't provide that. No, I did not. As far as, well, that was really it. It was a lot of bank statements as well back to 2023. I don't understand what purpose those would serve in regarding to the time frame in question.
Okay. Then why didn't you send them anything that was closer than that?
So I answered the discovery questions based off of the time frame. As far as pay stubs, I didn't at the time have access to it. I recently got access to, I'm contracted, so I didn't have access to the contracting's pay portal or whatever. I had to get like a code from the hiring team, which my contract, they're based in like New York. So it was a time before I got that. I recently got access to that. So that's pretty much it as far as that goes. But as far as what he requested, I didn't agree necessarily, and I stated that. I provided that I do not feel comfortable providing that information on there, so I didn't provide it.
Well, why don't you feel comfortable providing that?
Because of the time frame. He was requesting pay stubs from 2023, and I know they're requesting retroactive child support from May 17th, the day that she left my mother's house, to the time that the child support started. However, we weren't completely done dealing with each other until December of 2023. And I have proof of that as well. So I'm not understanding why that would necessarily be part of me submitting documentation for 2023 when we spent time together and she was still coming back and forth to my mother's house in 2023.
Did I lose you?
No.
Oh, okay. No, your camera went off, so
Yeah,
I had it.
I'm gonna munch on some stuff. So.
Okay, so let me. Um. Oh, I could just leave the Discord up. Okay. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. Jagerman. Well, I don't want to get too in
Yeah.
the weeds on this discovery question, since it's not my discovery that I'm asking for from you. But based on what you've said, it sounds like you just don't want to give them the information you disagree with. But Caitlin was born in February of 2023. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So why not provide the information to Mr. Lopez from the time Caitlin was born? What is wrong with that?
Because I was taking care of Kaylin at that time still.
Okay.
It wasn't so it
But-
wasn't Kaylin was born and I wasn't in the picture. Our relationship technically realistically didn't end until about January of 2024. Care of Kaylin, I was buying diapers, I was doing that as much as I was allowed to do by Erica Stroop. It wasn't I was absent or any of that. It was, again, she was okay with me picking him up from daycare knowing that I had an invalid driver's license. She was okay with my mother picking him up from daycare. When he was sick, she would reach out to my mother to watch him because her father wasn't able to, or whatever the case may be on that end. It's a lot that I didn't provide for the reasons of we were in great communication, and she was able to call me when she needed something, or if a situation happened, I would take off work to be there for that. Times where my mother had to go into the doctor's appointment with her in that time frame in 2023 when he was born, as well as times where I took her and him, knowing that my driver's license was suspended, took her and him, and she had a valid driver's license, to the doctor at 2 a.m. in the morning in that time frame.
Okay.
I get what he's trying to say. Like, why is child support retroactive, or why is there retroactive child support if they were together up
Right.
until a certain point?
I mean,
the
that
child
makes
support should only be retroactive from the time that they were broken up completely, and he was no longer or needed to be obligated to do things now.
right.
If
I mean,
that makes sense.
to me, that makes sense. Why is he obligated to?
Why do you need to know how much I was making when I was taking care of my child already?
Right. Why was
Like, that sounds like double dipping to me.
I agree.
And I'm assuming he's mentioning about the whole driving with a suspended license because she was well aware of it and was allowing it when they were together.
True.
But now that they're not together, now it's a problem because now you're just basically making things complicated.
Right. Exactly.
Ay.
If the court were to give you more visitation time than you have now, is your girlfriend still available to be able to transport you for the pickup and drop-offs?
My girlfriend and mother are available, yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned something to me about perhaps splitting the pickup and drop-off duties. What is your preference with regard to how Kaylin is exchanged? Are you in agreement to do both the pickup and the drop-off, or do you think you should do just the pickup or just the drop-off?
I feel as though it should be just drop off, where she would be able to drop him off when it's my weekend, and then I would drop him off when he has to go back. Because again, they're requesting for me to have a valid driver's license, and it's a lot of things that I'm coming out of pocket for. And if you're requesting that, I kind of, you want me to pay the child support, pay the health insurance, pay my tickets, still have tuition for another child. still have to put gas in the vehicle to drive to her house. It's a lot of things being requested of me simply because I don't have a valid driver's license when it was never requested before and it was an issue. Understood it's needed, but it was never an issue until all of a sudden. And I have proof of that as well.
What if you were prepared for all those interview curveballs?
Is there anything else you want to say with regard to why you should be given an expanded visitation time with Kaylin?
Outside of driver's license, I'm not a threat. I've never been a threat. She's never felt like I was a threat. I wasn't a threat for the 5-6 years we were together. Wasn't an issue of me picking up Kaylin, seeing Kaylin. I've even told her if she had things to do when we was going every other weekend, if she had anything that she wanted to do and it was quote unquote her weekend when it was agreement between me and her, I said she's willing to do it. All she has to do is communicate that she has something going on, and she's more than welcome to drop him off, or I'm more than welcome to get him, even if it was her weekend. So it's never been an issue as far as to me seeing Kaylin until now. When I asked her, I had family come in town, and I said, hey, can I get Kaylin this weekend because I have family in town. I would like him to meet my cousins and aunties. She was, yeah, that's fine. She was okay and happy with it. And yet after that, it was her weekend, and then she went to see her family on one of my weekends. It was no issue when she came back. We coordinated perfectly fine, and this is all before the court. This driver's license situation was a thing. Prior to the court, she was comfortable with me meeting her to drop him off, and never made an issue. Hey, can you come pick up Kaylin? Hey, can you get Kaylin from school when he was sick and she couldn't leave? So that's really it.
Okay. With regard to child support, are you currently paying child support?
For Kaylin, yes.
And is that coming out through your paycheck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then, thank you, Mr. Higginbottom. I'll go ahead and pass the witness.
Let me go to next to you, Mr. Lopez. Do you have any cross-exam?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Higginbottom, you state a lot of financial responsibilities that you have. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you seem to cite financial responsibilities, or the amount of financial responsibilities that you have, as a reason why you haven't resolved your driver's license situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that children cost money?
Yes.
And am I correct in understanding your girlfriend is about 5 months pregnant?
Correct.
If something were to happen to your 5-month-old, your girlfriend, during this time or soon during delivery, who will be the person that could take her to the hospital if she needed to go, or take her to her doctor's appointments if she needed to go?
My mother, my older brothers.
Mm-hmm. And then where does that leave
herself as well?
Okay, and where does that leave your other 2 children, their ability for transportation?
With me, they would come with my mother in the same vehicle.
Okay, so you would just you're going to be relying on your mother.
No, I'm not going to be
for the foreseeable future.
So yes, technically, if she can't drive, so forsaken that a situation happens to where she cannot drive, then yes, my mother would drive. I also have other family members with valid driver's license.
You say you have a court date in Austin. What is this court date in Austin over?
Ticket.
Ticket for what?
An old ticket for speeding.
And how much was that speeding ticket originally issued for?
I do not remember. This is back in the time frame where me and Erica worked together. So it's an older ticket that I never paid.
So Have you looked and called the court to ask what the fee is for that speeding ticket?
On the court website, it states that I have to reach out, and when I reached out, they told me they scheduled me for, I think, like January 22nd. I can't remember. I I checked my email and I have things, so I have to call them back. But they have me for the time in January
Do you
for
remember what you told the court back in April about how quickly you'd be able to resolve this driver's license issue?
I said I would go through the process. Yes, I didn't say it would be resolved in that time frame. I said I would make my best to get that situated.
Did you know at that time how long it would take for that to be resolved?
No, sir.
But you know now.
No, sir.
Did you not just state that it would be about a year?
I said about a year. Yeah, I'm just giving a time frame as far as how much I get paid and have after my check and what I'm capable of doing. Yes.
So the time frame is dependent only on your ability to pay.
Depending on I mean, I have to pay the tickets off. So
There's nothing else keeping you from being able to resolve this issue other than your ability to pay.
that's it.
So you do not have to wait for a court date in Austin to be able to pay.
Yeah, I just said I have to wait for a court date. I can't go online and pay until I see the judge in Austin. That's what it said. So I don't know if they're gonna they set the date and they put me on payment op plan, or they require me to pay it all in that moment. Whatever happens when I see the judge is what I'm dealt with in that moment.
Okay, but you do have an amount right now that is listed on that ticket or that is able to be seen on the court's website as for the fine for that particular offense?
No, when the ticket, again, it's an older ticket, so I don't have like that ticket paper, citation paper. When I went online to Austin Municipal Court, it said I had to call. So I called and they didn't give me a price. They told me a date. And it was, I think, January 20th or something like that.
All right, let's move on to this discovery issue. You've, on the record, stated several objections and reasons for why you didn't want to answer some questions and the relevancy of the dates that were requested of you. Would it surprise you to know that I never heard those reasons, or that you never submitted those reasons or objections to me?
Oh boy.
As far as you being surprised, are you saying you're surprised because that's
I'm
not
asking you, when
comfortable?
did you previously inform me of these reasons, objections for not wanting to respond to these discovery questions?
I was never asked, so I didn't inform you. I didn't know what. I got two different packets of discovery questions from your law office.
Mm-hmm.
First pack was just was just basic questions as far as the date Erica Stroop left, what I've
And
given
did you
to her.
respond to those?
Yes, sir. And then
How did you respond to those? How did you respond and alert me that you've responded to these?
I responded with an email.
And was this email on May the 30th?
Let me check. Sent. Correct.
Does that email have an attachment?
The email did not have an attachment. It should have had.
Did that email have an attachment? Yes or no?
No, I didn't. No, sir.
Do you have another email that you tried to send to me that you can confirm made it to my office that contained an attachment of your discovery responses, objections, or reasons for not wanting to answer?
I'm munching too.
No, it should have been. My apologies. I should have been the email, but.
Did you get an email from me on that same day alerting you that your email did not have an attachment?
I think yes.
Did you respond to that email?
No.
I'm scrolling. Give me just a moment.
This attorney is giving him the business.
Yeah, a little bit.
He has like there's there's no nothing. But my thing is, who's he an attorney for?
Some
Is
attorneys are a little bit,
I'm wondering if he's the attorney for the kid,
right.
or like the child's representative or something.
I wonder.
Because I don't think he's her attorney. I don't know. I don't know what CP stands for in this case. I don't know. Okay, sorry.
Continue, please.
It is. They're just not talking.
So yes, I
Okay.
received a from yes.
You responded to my email saying there was no attachment.
No, I didn't respond to you.
Okay, so I have not received any documentation as to your responses to my discovery request. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
In this city, we don't just wait for luck, we make it happen. Win big on non-stop action with
Okay, let's go on to the next witness, Mr. Valdez.
Your Honor, in the interest of expediency, I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Lopez to direct his client. If I have any questions for her, I'd be
I
able
take
to do
that
so in
back. He's
cross-examination.
her attorney.
That's fine.
Thank you. Ms. Stroop, would you please state your full name for the court?
Erica Stroop.
Since April 15th, 2025, the date of the last temporary orders hearing, where Dijon was given a slightly modified standard possession visitation, have you noticed a change in your son, particularly his behavior?
Yes, a lot of changes. So basically, like when prior before of us moving residents, his behavior was really good. He had no issues going with his dad. He had no issues like just walking up to him. He was perfectly fine. Ever since we moved at the end of May into June, we moved to our new residence. He refuses to go to his dad. He shows like he's terrified, he's scared, like he does not want to be in his dad's arms. I've tried and tried and tried to be as encouraging as I could, being as positive, just for him to realize, like, hey, look, it's your dad. It's okay. You can go. Like, it's okay. You can have so much fun. But he still
That's
refuses to rather
concerning.
be with somebody else as far as my family members.
Say that again.
I said that's concerning because if the child is scared, that's not a good sign. That's a really bad sign, actually. It usually means that something is more wrong than what is mentioning here right now. But we'll see.
Yeah, but think about my friend, who you know,
Right.
had their child for their visitation, and it's a out of state situation, so
Right.
the child had to go back to another state, and when that child was picked up by grandparents, not the parent, but the grandparents, to go back to this other state, the child had a tantrum and didn't want to leave their mother.
True.
So is that an indication of, an unhappy home with the dad, or a tantrum because they don't want to leave their mom?
Right.
What can you? I don't know. I don't, and then we're just now hearing from her, so we don't know how credible she is.
That too.
But
right.
if she's, upset that he has a new girlfriend and that girlfriend is pregnant, and they've only been separated a year and a half, because I'm
True.
assuming this has probably happened this case was probably done over the summer.
Possible.
She's probably feeling some type of way.
Right.
He much rather be with them than being with his dad. He had a surgery date in July. I want to say July 9th. I can't remember exactly the dates right now, but we had surgery date and dad showed up, and Kaylin had no excitement for his dad whatsoever. He refused to go to his dad's arm. The only time he ever went in his dad's arm when he was drugged up on anesthesia for him to be in his dad's arm. And after that, just about, I think, the beginning of August, he came back from his dad's house. His behavior has gotten worse. He had 5 days in a row of behavioral reports due to hitting his friend, hitting his teacher, scratching his friend with open wounds and everything going on. I have asked his dad if there's been any changes in his behavior or any changes in his routine at his dad's house. He said no. He said that he's been acting perfectly fine over here. He also has been throwing his routine off. He said that he's been sleeping for an hour when he's supposed to be sleeping for 2 hours. I have kept him on a consistent routine, but his father does not keep him on a consistent for 2 hours. Routine. I have kept him on a consistent routine.
Thank you,
but his
Mr.
father does not keep him on a consistent for 2 hours.
So your son is currently in daycare?
Yes,
Who pays for that daycare?
I do.
Have you received any kind of compensation for a certain percentage of that?
Since he's been in
Higginbottom?
daycare in July of 2023, I had to back pay because there was a malfunction going on with the system when I was getting enrolled. I've asked dad multiple times to at least help me or go back on it. He would always say, yeah, I got you, times and I've never received me or the most he ever given me. He would always say, yeah, I got you, times and I've never received me.
Do you believe it is in your child's best interest for Mr. Higginbottom to have a driver's license to be able to at least help out in other ways since he is unable to help out financially?
Yes.
Do you believe that if Mr. Higginbottom continues to be allowed overnight visitations without a driver's license, that he would eventually drive a vehicle with your child in it?
Say that question.
Let me ask you that question again. Have you witnessed Mr. Higginbottom drive your child around in a vehicle while his license was suspended?
Yes.
As to the claims on
Not good.
the back child support, when was the date your child was born?
He was born on February 10th of 2023.
And as far as you remember, when did you and Mr. Higginbottom stop living together and supporting the child financially together?
I left his mother's house on May 17th of 2023.
And since
we
that
were
time,
still
did
like,
Mr.
I
Higginbottom,
was still going back and forth, but that's when I left the house. Like, never like, all
and
that.
did you take the child with you?
Yes,
And did the child live with you a majority of the time?
yes,
Has your child continued to live with you prior to the temporary orders
yes,
the majority of the time?
yes.
Aside from the amount of money that Mr. Higginbottom has paid in child support ordered under the temporary orders in April of 15th of this year, have you received any other compensation toward child support?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross-examination about those?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Stroop, from what Mr. Higginbottom had said in his testimony, before you had this court order that has the current visits as they are now, did Mr. Higginbottom ever have the child for the full weekends?
He used to, yes. He would get him from school excuse me. His mother would come and get him from school on Fridays at any time. It would be before his nap time in the evening. And he would return him. It depends. He would either return him by Sunday or maybe if he'll return him like on Monday mornings at the daycare.
Wait.
Okay. And do you have a cordial relationship with?
So, is she talking about another child? Because that doesn't make sense to me. I thought she was the mother. Mute. I Can't hear you.
So sorry. She is the mother. She's talking about his mother.
Oh, gotcha.
The father, the child's mother, the grandmother,
Okay.
is the
Let's
one
make
who
sure
was
I'm
picking him up.
make sure I'm not missing something here.
Yeah.
My
His
bad.
mother, or is there any friction there?
We used to have a cordial relationship, but unfortunately, when we went through the court situation, we no longer talk.
Okay. And from your perspective, how is the relationship between Mr. Higginbottom and Kaylin?
How's his relationship with his son?
Because you see Kaylin, and I know you did testify about his behavior after visits with his father, but do you believe that he loves his father? Is he eager to
I
see
believe,
him?
yes, I believe he loved his father. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's very concerning why a child would not want to go to his father. I've asked, but
It's a
I don't know. I don't
2-year-old.
have an answer, or he just doesn't respond. And to me, I just think that's very alarming to me as a
It's a
mother, because
2-year-old?
my
Or
child
are we
comes to
talking
me
about
without
something?
issues. But
It's a 2-year-old. The kid was born in February 2023. The kid is technically right now still 2 years old, whatever time this case was heard of this year. So, what are you asking a 2-year-old? It's literally
Yeah.
probably just the adjustment of leaving the mother for the day, for that time period, and thinking you know how kids are, like, oh, I'm never gonna see them again.
True.
Panic.
True. That makes sense.
I don't understand what she's asking a 2-year-old,
Right.
or at least like what she should be asking. Well, first of all, she should be checking her child, I guess, every time it comes in her possession, to make sure there's no bruises or anything that's alarming on the body, on their body physically.
Right.
And I'm assuming, because the kid is enrolled in daycare, that the child is in daycare during the day.
Right.
So how do you know that his change in behavior has nothing to do with the daycare?
True. True.
And then once again, like, and she's not like, you're not asking the child if they're being touched or if they're being hit or whatever the case may be.
Right.
And if the kid is supposedly telling you or acting like it doesn't want to see their father, then I'm assuming the 2-year-old is smart enough to not smart enough, but it has some way of showing that what's wrong.
Right. Right.
I don't know. If she's that concerned, maybe she should take her child to a therapist. This is how, I'm not saying he's in the right, because clearly the driver's license thing is a problem, and him not comfortable with paying child support prior to or him not wanting to pay child support after she left the house.
Right.
Are his issues. But I'm feeling like he's getting a little railroaded here. This is like this looks like the start of like some of those other cases that we see, where the parent makes shit up,
Right.
and then you have to like wait until they really get evidence to determine that something was a lie.
Right. Right. Good
And
point.
I'm assuming that
Good
this
point.
kid needs a gal. They need one of those guardian ad litems.
Right.
If that's the type of accusations that she's making. They really think they can get away with it. I think that's what the problem is.
Maybe.
Let me say all this stuff is being done. They're gonna believe me because I'm the mother.
Right.
And then I'll have my child to myself.
True.
knowing him and how he reacts, because when he's with family, of course he's not going to come with me because he wants to spend some more time with his family. But when he goes to his dad's on dad's weekend, he refuses. He is holding on to me so tightly that I am scared for my child to go with his father. Because why is my child scared to go to his father? No child should be scared to go to his father.
Okay. But you don't have.
Right now I don't know like what they do with him. He tells me things, but I don't see pictures. I don't see anything. I mean, I know I'm not supposed to have
Which
pictures, but it's just the fact that
which
why is
kind of
the child
confirms what
scared to
I
go
was
to his
saying
father?
earlier. If the child is scared, that's usually not a good thing. She just confirmed what I said earlier, is that why is the child scared to go with his father? That's concerning to me.
Yeah, but also too, what proof does she have that he's scared to go?
True.
That's just her saying it. Or that's just her perception of his behavior. That
Maybe so.
doesn't necessarily mean that that's
What do you think, Chat? You think it's a perception? I wonder.
I think it's, perception, potential perception of what she's seeing or what she wants to see.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, like when the child is returned to her, does the child run to her like it just got out of prison or something? Like
I'm free.
it's just that this is when certain things just seem calculated and
Right.
like you're
Exactly.
just I don't know.
Exactly. So, just my thoughts. What do you think, Chat?
And how many times has he been scared to go with his father, would you say?
Honestly, since the beginning of June, all the way until now, every first, third, and fifth weekend, he refuses to go to his dad, and I still have to let him go to his dad. And the day of when he went to his ENT appointment to get surgery, he did not want to go to his dad. He refused.
Okay, and just to catch me up here, what is the ENT? What does that stand for? Or what?
Ears, nose, and throat. Sorry, he had to get his eye noise removed because he would like have he had a health problem, but he's got that resolved.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Troop. I'll pass the witness.
Anything further, Mr. Lopez, for your client?
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Mr. Higginbottom, you're here representing yourself. You have the same right of cross-examination as the lawyers. You have any questions to ask Ms. Stroop? They have to be questions. You gotta let her answer. I'm not gonna let you get into a fight with her. Y'all start calling each other names or anything, but you have questions, you can ask me.
Yes, I do have questions.
Okay.
If your body feels heavy
Oh my
lately,
goodness.
on Monday, October 20th, we
So
start
today's
the
a heavy
women's
commercial day.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Stroop, in a situation that you stated that he has been scared to come with me for some odd reason since you have moved, why would he be scared to come with me since you have moved when I see him the first, third, and the fifth, and he hasn't been scared prior to that? And when he was a child, there was times where I, like you said, I would come get him from daycare or show up to daycare to get him, and he did the same exact thing where he was a baby and you were holding him and you went to give him to me and he wouldn't come to me at times. What would be the difference in that?
And the difference in that was because he was younger, but now he's older. He's starting to remember things. He starts to recognize things. But he's 2.5 years old. He's smart. We all know that. He got smart brains. But for him to still be not wanting to go to you, it just concerns me. And the
Correct.
fact that I question him, I've asked him. I say, why don't you want to go to daddy's house? Me no daddy's house. Okay. Why? And I asked these questions. He said yes, but I know he's a little kid. They don't put their words together. But it's the fact that why is a child scared to go to you?
So, with what you just stated, being that he's a 2-year-old child, that he can talk, he does know some words, but he can't put together a complete sentence. How can you take from what you're asking him that he completely understands what you're asking him and he's responding knowing what you're asking him exactly? Or is he?
Your Honor, if I may ask the court to require Mr. Higginbottom's microphone stay on. I believe there are other people in the room that are talking to him during this time.
Okay. Are you be calling any witnesses, Mr. Higginbottom?
My mother and girlfriend are here as you requested, but Nobody's saying anything. I'm just muting the mic so I don't get interference, as you said.
Did it not occur to you that if they're sitting there listening to all the testimony, I wouldn't want that so that they can just now know everything that was said here and then?
No, everything that was said as far as what?
Well, the testimony so far, usually if there's going to be witnesses, I don't allow them in the courtroom or to allow the testimony of you guys, so they can't just match up with what you said, whatever you said. Or
I mean, I can
what she
switch.
said, and there'll be no
I can switch
surprises.
rooms. I didn't think that was.
Oh, geez.
I mean, I didn't know that was.
It didn't occur to me that you did bring somebody. Nobody said anything about that.
Actually, they did.
I said they were here in the beginning.
Mr. Valdez, you didn't know the girlfriend and mother were there?
No, Your Honor. I knew that they were in the same residence. I don't know if they're standing next to him or not.
I said that they were here with me. Twice.
He did. He did.
And you didn't know that either, Mr. Lopez, that they were actually here?
Come on,
No, Your
really?
Honor, I specifically in my opening statement said that.
He literally said that they were there.
We said that twice in the opening
Were they not
statement.
listening? He literally told them that they were there. Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
That I was aware that they were not. He did not bring them to court, but that they were available if needed.
He said they're here, but they're not on Zoom.
Relayed to me through Mr. Balderas, which may have been his impression as well.
Oh, Mr. Higginbotham, why?
I mean, I stated that
They
they
were
were here
there?
with me 3 different times, Your Honor. I said that when Mr. Lopez said that they were not here, but they were available, I said they are here with me. And I stated that to Mr. Balderas as well. I said they are here with me.
Well, they've been listening to all of this so far?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I don't think my mom's going to lie for me in the sake of my son. If I'm a bad father, I'm a bad father. But I guess I understand how that may.
Okay, well, in abundance of caution, I don't know what I'm going to do or not do, and I haven't heard any objections, and nobody's called witnesses. Why don't you have them exit the room so they don't at least listen to the rest of this and or talk to you while you're testifying or asking questions?
Oh, no, okay, that's fine.
They can't listen to any of the rest of this.
All right.
And respectively,
And there's going to be a next time. You got to know that if you're bringing witnesses, they can't sit in the courtroom with you and listen to everything.
Okay, that's fine.
and Your Honor, if we could also make sure Mr. Higginbottom leaves his microphone on.
That's fine.
As if we were in a courtroom, which this is.
Sure.
Thank you.
I assume you're leaving the room and you left them behind, Mr. Higginbottom? Oh, he froze.
This attorney is.
Are you at home, sir?
Yes, sir.
Oh, oh.
Oops.
All right, hello?
Yeah. Are you moving to another space where they're not at?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you at home?
Yes.
And they're in another room, they can't hear you.
I'm outside there in the house.
Okay, and you're not going to lose your Wi-Fi being outside?
No, I disconnected from the Wi-Fi. I'm on my signal now.
Okay.
Wi-Fi's weak.
Did you let her answer the question? I guess you did. You know, you're talking about witnesses, and I guess your objection was him muting and unmuting. Now, where are we? I still having you cross-examine Ms. Stroop. Do you have any other questions for her?
Yes. As far as financial compensation, is it not true that I've asked you that if you would like to go half, we can go half, even though your daycare already gives you half off, being that you work there?
Yes.
And in this question of me asking you, did you want to go half, did you respond yes, or did you say that he's all good over here?
I told you that he was all good, but a couple months later, I still asked for help, and you never given me anything except for a pack of diapers.
Okay.
I asked you, but you said, yeah, you said, oh, I get paid next week. And when that next week comes, you don't send anything. And I
A
left
pack
it
of
alone.
diapers
2
is
weeks
given or
later,
something.
I said, hey, he's running low on diapers. Do you think you can help me go out or pay me or give me diapers? And you said, oh, I get paid another 2 weeks. And I waited for those 2 weeks. You didn't show up with anything until a week later, you brought in a pack of diapers.
So, okay. Now, as far as the situation where you stated that is the reason why you started asking me to help you with daycare because there was a system malfunction, when you expressed that to me and I advised you that you should let your job know that it's not coming out of your check correctly, and did you or did you not respond saying, well, that's on them, so I'm not worried about it? And when they hit you with the back pay of that, did I not previously advise you to handle that issue before it happened?
Yes, but I immediately handled it.
So, and with that being said, that you immediately handled it, did you or did you not come to me when they sent you the back pay, and which was also about a month or two after you immediately handled it, like you said, and didn't think they was going to do that? Yes or no?
We weren't together at the time. I handled it in my manner, but I brought it up to you after it was already being handled. I was still paying. I was still paying for the daycare, but it was already finalized and finished until we went into, I want to say in 2024. That's when I started asking you, like, hey, can you help me? Hey, can you go half and half? Can you do this? Because when he was on my insurance, I told you, can you help me out with insurance? And you said, yes, I will figure out insurance. And never heard back from you in regards to trying to put him money in your insurance. I handled that, my part, because it was my part of messing up. But I still paid daycare on top of that. And I still asked you if you could still go half on daycare, even though I already paid the back pay off for daycare. Still asked you, but you never helped.
Okay, I think you're trying to talk about the back pay issues maybe, or try to contradict something you had started earlier, but right now, I think focus more on the visitation, or that's what I was told I needed to focus on. So can you go back to that issue, Mr. Higginbotham?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding you wanting to modify the visitations, Mr. Like you said, there's supposedly been behavioral issues. Again, I have him less than 48 hours. Do you think that less than 48 hours can change what you have instilled in him every day?
It does change. I know, Kaylin, at the back of my hand. When you throw his routine off, you throw his whole day off. He is so used. He's
True.
with me majority of the time because I keep him on a consistent routine. What time does he wake up?
You know the feeling when you realize you've bought things you'll never use? Sound familiar? Then try Vinted. Snap.
I mean, yeah, if he's only
What time
got
does he wake
48
up?
hours, that
Now
makes
you're trying to
sense.
ask him questions, Mr.
Yeah, like, I mean, and it's on the weekend, right?
Yeah, it's not long enough to throw his day off. I disagree with what she's saying because, I mean, yeah, that's possible, but it's not like it's, you know, drastic. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like,
I'm so sorry.
the way I was looking at that just now was when we were kids, you had to wake up a certain time to go to school during the week, but on the weekend you got to sleep in.
Right.
So
naturally,
or
thinking about that issue, sorry, you know, your day's thrown off anyway. Right?
even if
Because you slept in.
Or not even just that, but like, or if you think about like a kid that may have gone to different daycares, right? Because I know like my parents at one point had sent me to like a daycare that was kind of like a school.
Right.
And I don't know if it was prior to that or after that, because I had to leave the daycare because some bitch bit me.
Ooh,
my parents
got
took
bitten,
me out
huh?
after.
Ouch.
Yeah, it'll be in my book. So
Gotta check that book
But I
out.
also I also went to like a someone's like house sort of daycare that was like 2 blocks away from my house. But I also at one point too used to stay with my grandmother. And I feel like this was all sort of like because I can remember certain things vividly that are not in pictures.
Right.
I want to say that oh my god, I can really remember these things. This is so crazy. Um like I remember getting in trouble because I had a short skirt on and I was being cute, and the daycare she didn't like it. Um, I told you,
Wow.
people think that my
I
if
didn't
I'm
do
like
it, Chet. I
flirtatious.
didn't do it.
No, but if I'm flirtatious now, can you imagine what my little hot ass was doing at 3 years old? I was doing
Yes, we're
crazy
talking
shit.
about children
Anyway,
here, guys. Okay? Children.
um, but I'm just saying, I know that in some transition, I was in 3 different places at some point
Right.
in at least maybe between 2 and 4 years old
Okay.
because I didn't have pre-K. I went to kindergarten. So each of those different places were a different setting. My grandmother is not going to do what a daycare, in-home daycare or a school daycare is going to do
True.
because at my grandmother's house there's no other kids. It's
True.
just me and her. Then an an in-house daycare, there were other kids. Um, and actually, I remember the lady being kind of a bitch. She used to force me to eat my food that I didn't want to eat. And I can remember that my grandmother wouldn't force me to eat the food. Like you know when you get the Chef Boyardee like can of spaghetti,
Yeah.
my grandmother would let me eat as much as I wanted, and then it was okay. I go to this in-house
I
daycare,
know
and this
I
bitch is
ate a
trying to
lot
make
of
me eat
that
the whole
stuff.
bowl.
I know
Like I'm
I
just
ate a
saying,
lot
like
of that stuff, Chat. I know I did.
um, I don't remember too much about the in-school daycare thing other than being bitten. Like I don't remember what lunch and stuff was like back then. But the point is that if your child is in different places, they're not there's not a standard.
Right.
So
Right.
how much of his routine is he really getting off of only being with his dad one night?
Right.
Unless she's talking about his nap time. Well, you know what? Some parents have their kids take a nap at this certain time of the day. Some parents like to have their kids wear themselves out so they can sleep during the night.
True. True.
Like, pick one, lady. Pick one. Like, I don't know. Not trying to diagnose her, but something seems off with her. I don't know. I'm wondering if she has dentures or something. Does it look like she has dentures?
Yeah,
Or
something with
am
the
I?
way somehow with the
It's
way
her mouth.
she talks is kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I'm not trying to like diagnose her or anything, but like it's either there's a little intellectual delay, um, or she has a speech impediment, or maybe she has dentures. There's something with her mouth.
Right.
I don't know. You know, those little things distract me in videos. Let's go back to
Sorry.
it.
Sorry.
It shouldn't take him that long to respond if I have all the answers to what he asked me.
It's okay. So you wouldn't necessarily have answers on Kalen's routine because he does live with you, yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything you said. Say that again.
You would have those answers as far as his routine because he does live with you, yes or no?
I'm sorry, your connection is like it's cutting you one off. All I heard was the end of the sentence.
Well, I heard what he said.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So regarding Kalen's routine, this is a routine that you implemented and have only recently told me that he is on a strict routine. Prior to you recently telling me about a week or so ago have you ever conversed a routine with me, or is this something that you did upon yourself because he is with you majority of the time?
I did tell you about his school schedule. I mean, his routine is always his school schedule. Because every time when you try to come
Outside of
up, I always tell him he naps from this time to this time. Don't you think, like, I probably may have not told you, but I've always told you he is on a consistent school routine.
correct. So when I have him on the weekends, does that school routine apply to Saturday and Sunday?
Yes.
But is he in school?
That's
Say
a
that
good
again?
point.
Is
Why
he
would
in
the
school
school
on Saturday and
routine
Sunday?
matter if he's just doing the weekend?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay,
He
Ms.
just
Lopez,
made
do you
her
wanna
look.
follow up with
He
any
just
further
made her look
information?
off right there.
For the sake of time, Your Honor, I'd just like to follow up with Mr. Higginbottom on one question.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Higginbottom, would it be reasonable for you or for a person to ask the primary parent upon first receiving the child after not having had the child for a long time what that routine is without being given that information before?
It's a weekend. Are we really going
Let me
there?
ask it more simply. Could you have just asked what his routine is on those weekends on your very first weekend when you picked up the child? As the child's father?
Could I have asked? Yes, as the child's father.
Did you ask?
Could she?
Objection. I just asked that question, yes or no. Did you ask for the child's routine?
No, I did not. And no, it was
No
not
further
provided.
questions, Your Honor.
Oh, this attorney is like.
Okay, let me see where else.
Your Honor, may I mute my mic now? Because
Why?
because I'm outside. That's why.
I don't hear anything that's
Okay,
disruptive.
just making sure.
No, it's okay. Well, you deferred to Mr. Lopez to call Mr. Valderas. Let me go back to you. Do you have any other witnesses?
I did not, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez, are you calling any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Higginbotham, did you want to call yourself as a witness and respond to some of this stuff, or are you think?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As far as the questions that Mr. Lopez just asked me, as far as could I have asked for that schedule? Yes, I could have asked. However, in the matter of prior to this, us being cordial and her sharing information, there was never any reason for her not to continue to share that information. That happened because she took it upon herself to stop. We, again, were cordial, perfectly talking, as Erica stated, and all the way up until 2024 when she found out I had a girlfriend. So no information was ever stated. As far as that goes, no, I did not ask. On the simple fact is, I feel like it's the weekend. That's any child's free time to play, have fun. He has an older brother. Kalen has always, again, he hasn't always been like aggressive, but Kalen play fights. He has an older brother. Boys play fight. I played fight with my brothers that they're playing. As far as him going back to daycare, however, I've never instilled fighting in him. He doesn't push when he's with me. He doesn't do anything like that. And as far as Erica Stroop stating that she feels like he's scared of me, again, Kalen used to do the same thing when he was a baby because she was typically holding him. He didn't like to go to anybody in the very beginning. Some may say he only went to her family or something like that. But Kalen, the moment I pull away from the house, Kalen is smiling and laughing in the back seat. And me and him are talking and there's no issues. Like she said, she says, "Daddy, house no." He says, "Daddy, house no," or something like that. When she asked him just this past weekend when I went to put him in the car and he was walking to the car, he shook his head no. And didn't want to come to the car to go back home. And I said, we're going to your mother's house. And he did I would say it's the same thing that she says he does, but my mom was right there and my girlfriend was right there as well. And he didn't want to do the same thing that she's saying now. So I don't think that's a thing of him being over here. I think he's just a kid, and the going back and forth may affect him more than it seems. So I don't feel as though him being scared of me, because he runs and plays fine. Every time I pick him up, he's fine. The moment he gets in the car, he goes from a sad face to a smile and laughing and talking all the time. That's all.
We need to get our money up. So then when I was getting my money up through my WealthFront account,
To me, that's acceptable.
Since April 15th, when I last saw you, I haven't counted the weekends. There would have been first, third, and fifth Saturdays to Sundays that you would have exercise visits. Did you ever miss any? Did you actually see the child every single time? Or
Yeah, every time.
Every single time?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not miss one visit?
No, ma'am.
And you haven't noticed his behavior with you, where he wants to push you away, or is he scared of you?
No, ma'am.
Have you seen it with anybody else?
No, ma'am.
And you've exposed him to other people who all?
Yes, ma'am. Since the last time he's been around my middle brother, the one that's older than me, but I'm my oldest. And he runs up to him anytime he's over, sits in his arm, asks for him to pick him up, as well as my oldest brother. He runs to him and plays with him. His cousin, which is my niece, the younger one, he runs to them. He also has another cousin a second cousin from my nephew, who's also around the same age as him, and they play fine together. So, yeah, I've never seen it. Again, he showed signs like growing up, like he was always like a mama's boy, I would say, quote unquote. But outside of that, once he's not around, once she's like, I wouldn't say not around, but once he's gotten to the next person, there's never been issues. There's been a couple of times where he's acted like that. And like she said, until she moved to her new apartment, he stopped running to me. So I don't think that's a conflict between me or anything over here. I would say it's more of a place where he's living or resides situation, because like she said, all until she moved, he was running to me and happy to see me every single time. Prior to what she said.
Hold on, stop. How long has it been since she moved? Do you remember?
Do I remember?
Yeah, when she moved, how long it's been?
I think it was like beginning of July. She sent me a message on the app close and said she got approved for an apartment. I don't know her official move-in date, but she texted me, I think like maybe after she told me, she texted me like a week or two after that, and said, hey, I forgot to tell you the address, and then gave me the address.
And then your first visit?
Well, not tell me the address, I'm sorry, but she forgot to say that she officially moved in and that she's at that address.
Your first visit, picking him up at the new address? Did you notice that at that point?
No, he was fine. He ran to me like the first 2 or 3 times, I would say. And it wasn't until the last 2 times that I've really picked him up that he didn't want to come to me like that. She was taking the trash out one day and he ran to her. Oh, 3 times, yeah. So prior to that, when I went to pick him up, maybe a couple of weeks ago, he kind of was a little timid. And then she was taking the trash out and he ran towards her while she was taking the trash out when I was walking towards him. And then this last time he kind of didn't want to come. But again, he did the same thing when it was time to go back. So.
And when he's walking away or trying to not go with you, how do you get him to go with you?
As far as walking, well, when she was taking the trash, he ran to her, she picked him up and brought him to me. And she handed him to me. Yeah, he kind of had like a grip on her, but again, like I said, there was no issue. Like he would have a sad face, and that was it. Like she walked up the stairs, and I got in the car, and I would sit him in his car seat and say, "Hey, buckle up." He grabs his buckles, he buckles up. I buckle up the bottom, and then there's no tears. Like it just immediately stops right after that.
Did he
Like
ever like push and scream and shove and have a hissy fit?
as far as that, I've never. Again, he has like this sad face, and that's that's as far as I seen. The very first time he did the little cry thing was when he was at the trash, but the last time I picked him up, he just had the sad face, and that was it.
And so
Like
when you get to
as
where
soon
you're
as she walked,
going,
got in her car,
when you get to where you're
I get
going,
to where he's fine. Issues. Not even I don't. It doesn't even take for me to get there. It's when we're in the car, he starts talking to me.
I'm gonna assume that when you pick him up, because I heard you didn't have a driver's license, you're not alone.
Yeah, I'm with my girlfriend.
And so she has seen the behavior,
Yes, ma'am.
pick up and drop off. Is she
Yes,
the only
ma'am.
one that's gone to the pickups?
Yes, it's the only one. She's the only one that's driven me. Yes.
And so just the last 3 times out of the entire time since April or since the court date?
That's how I feel, and that's how I remember. Yes. And this is all since she's moved to her new apartment.
Did she tell you immediately or even after the first or second or third time at all? Or is this the first time you've heard about it in court?
She told me I think it was the second time when he went back. She sent me a message because he was super tired, and I guess he went in the house and didn't want to be up, and he wanted to go to sleep. It's on my weekends, I play with him. We go swimming, we go to the park, we're playing. This is the time I get to see him and be with him and have fun. So I take both. We go to the park, we go swimming, we do things. I'm doing things with him actively on the time that I have. So he wakes up about 7:30 when he's here. I'm pretty sure this is his routine. He probably wakes up early because of school, so he's up at like 7. I'm up with him. We make breakfast. He eats pancakes or grits or something like that. And then we're up playing. He's up pushing the toys around. It's cool outside, so we'll run outside. He'll end up getting sleepy around 11, 12 o'clock. And then he'll either sleep. If he goes to sleep at 11, he'll sleep until like 1:30. If he goes to sleep at 12, he'll sleep until 2. He'll wake up and he'll be at it again with his brother. We'll go in the backyard. Just past weekend, I bought a slip and slide. The weekend before that, I had a pool. And they're outside most of the time. So as far as him being sleepy, the moment he gets in the car to go back, he falls asleep because he's active over here and we're playing.
So
And
he tell you that
expressed
he
that to her.
so we were I was asking about the time when she told you about this behavior she's concerned about. You're talking about him falling asleep.
That was the time, yeah.
I'm talking about
She asked about why he's tired. Oh, the behavior. Okay, you're right, correct. That was the last time she brought up the behavior. She's this last week or the week before this last week, she brought up the whole he hit a kid and got a behavioral report or something like that. That's the first time that she's told me of something like that. Prior, since the court orders, never was an issue when she was at her previous address with her father. It wasn't an issue in the beginning, and this is just the last recent time.
that hasn't happened more than one time that you know about?
That I know about.
Behavioral issue at the daycare. Okay.
Who's to say that the kid is not trying to play with other
get to where you're going?
Right.
Who's to say that the kid is not trying to play with other kids the way he plays with his brothers?
True. I mean, that's my thoughts too. Like, why be worried about something that's maybe a one-time incident? Kids are gonna throw hands because they don't know what they're doing. When they don't like something, they're gonna throw hands. Not always, but
she's making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
it's I feel like wait until it's a consistent behavior,
Right.
And see, like what it is.
Like an
Like
example would be two or three times, and then yeah, then address the issue. In my opinion, but
I think he's just roughhousing or trying to roughhouse like he does at home with his siblings.
right, and that could be too.
And I could see the child not wanting to go back to her
Right.
because when he's with his dad, there's other kids to play with.
Right.
And it sounds like she don't have that.
Possible.
But the same argument, the argument that she's trying to make about her son being fearful, it just, I'm happy to see that he was smart enough, or I don't know if smart enough is the right word, but he knew well enough to say, well, hey, if this is the type of behavior that she's claiming happens, well, it happens to me too.
Right.
So now they can't put a whole bunch of weight into what she says without getting a third party to review it.
Right. Not as far as that goes, in my opinion. No,
Yeah.
This is our opinion. Again, this is what we think about all these cases. That's what we're here for. We're here to just voice opinion. Chat, you're welcome to voice opinion as well. Don't have a problem with that. Please keep it respectful. Thank you very much.
I was gonna say something funny, but I can't think of the word.
To drop the child off, is she there and ready to meet the child?
Does he run? Like, what do you mean?
Well, first of all, I'm asking, when you go back to
when I
drop
drop him
back off, is mom the one that accepts him? Like she?
Yeah, when we go back, my girlfriend's driving. He'll be asleep. I'll wake him up. When we pull up, I'll text her we're outside, and I'll get out the car and I'll set him down, and I'll be like, "Hey, look, there's your mama," and he goes. So I mean, I don't think there's like, I just like, "Hey, we're at your mom's house," and I'll wake him up. "Hey, we're at your mom's house," and he'll wake up, rub his eyes, and we get out.
Okay, but he's not like running to get away from you or something like that. That would be obvious.
I wouldn't say it's running to get away from me. I think it's running to get to his mom. Yeah, I wouldn't look at it as like that.
Do you formally say goodbye or hug him and say goodbye or say?
Oh yeah,
let him out of the car.
When I unbuckle him out the car once we park, he gives my girlfriend a hug. He says bye to her, and he jumps on me. We get out the car. He jumps in the front seat. We get out the car. He hugs me, and then she comes down the stairs, and I put him on the ground so he could go to her and run, walk, hop. He does whatever he does when he does it.
Has she ever confronted you with any concerns about any abuse or neglect of the child?
No, ma'am.
Or that he was harmed in any way, or that you let him get ant bitten or mosquito bitten?
She has since the court order, she asked me about like a red mark, and it wasn't there when I said it's most likely because how he was sleeping when he falls asleep in his car seat and his head was pressed against it, or there was also a time where there was like a scratch on his back, but it wasn't like a bleeding scratch. It was just like a scratch. And I said,
what is the difference between a scratch and a bleeding scratch? I mean, other than obviously one is worse than the other.
Well,
but a scratch is a scratch.
Yeah, but I think he's trying to say that it's not an open wound.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And I think that's the difference.
Okay.
Like, is it a scratch that drew blood, or just a mark?
Sure.
I think in some sense there's a difference, because something that draws blood means that there might have been something used or done that caused that type of harm.
Yeah.
Whereas a scratch could just have been, a nail, right? Or, a rug burn or some, whatever.
And the time when she stated, he never came to me crying or said owie. Like normally when he has an owie or like his fingers or something like that, he goes owie and he points to it or he shows it to me, and I give him a little kiss on it and he goes about his business.
Is this the only child you have? Remind me of that.
No, ma'am.
You have other children?
I have a 10-year-old son. Yes.
Were you involved with him or are involved with him now?
Yes, I have sole custody of him.
Now I'm remembering. You've been raising him without the mother's help?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You don't get child support either?
No, ma'am.
You had him how long?
Since he was about 1 or 2.
So you know how to take care of children, supposedly or allegedly?
Yes, ma'am.
CPS never been called on you? I'm sure I asked all these questions, but just to be...
Yes. No, ma'am.
CPS never been involved in your life as a parent or your life as a child against your parents?
No, ma'am.
No arrest of any kind? I don't remember.
I'll not like arrest of any kind. I guess a traffic violation. I don't know if that counts as an arrest, but that's
okay. Ticket you didn't pay or something else?
Is didn't pay.
So you were in jail for an overnight or more or less?
Yes.
Anything else more serious?
No, ma'am.
No drugs, alcohol abuse or abuse that I haven't heard of any, but at least today anyway, but
no, ma'am.
Concerned about? No. Okay. Mr. Valderas, do you have any cross-exam for Mr. Higginbotham after his case in chief?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez, do you have any questions for Mr. Higginbotham?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna call Ms. Stroop back. You've heard some of this stuff, and I know a mother has to have concerns. That's what a mother does, and it's for the rest of your life. Now, you got a young child, and I think there is a developmental age where they become scared of people, whether they've seen them all the time or maybe strangers too, but I've seen that in several cases or even observed that in person. So you don't think he's going through something that maybe it's not about his dad or you or anything, it's just a phase?
I mean,
Mr.
I think that's basically what I was saying before.
I mean,
I heard a little bit. You
is
just
it
kept going down
possible?
and
Yeah.
down and down, so I just couldn't hear anything you said.
I'm sorry.
That is it possible? Yeah. But that's possible with anything. You know?
Yeah, but it is that also, like, that's what I was saying before though, like, you can't take what she's saying as like some type of like evidence or fact, because it's a 2-year-old.
True.
And I'm also sort of impressed that the dad even like brought that to their attention too. That
Right.
like,
True.
this behavior started when he moved. Well, you know what? Now you're taking a 2-year-old from a home that they've gotten accustomed to now a new home, and now they're having to, adjust to that too. So, and the back and forth is probably not helping. And he only gets his kid 2 weekends out of a month.
Yeah.
So he's also not spending enough time with his dad. But I like how the judge also kind of presented, well, you've been a parent for 9 years.
Yeah.
And you've had no issues. So
what's the problem?
what is she saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the problem basically at this point? Because
I'm tired and it's a...
Yeah,
there
go on,
shouldn't be
sorry.
an issue. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks. I did not finish my thought. Sorry.
I guess I like to see when the people don't necessarily get railroaded
Right.
off of, just someone's comment. And I don't think she even has proof of it either. So it's like, what are you really saying?
On Dan, maybe I'm too far away from my microphone. What I've seen over the years with different cases and or personally is that sometimes there's an age, and it's around the age that your child is, that they become scared of people even though they've seen them on a daily basis, that all of a sudden they become scared and there's no apparent reason. And I consider it a phase, and I don't know what to call
I
it.
hope
I'm
there's
not a
no commercial.
psychologist or
I'll be right
psychiatrist
back.
or a child developmental person, but I have seen it. So you don't think something like that might be going on?
It's just made me concerned. That's all. It was just I've asked that. It's always been like maybe a no question, no answer, or sometimes it's just I don't know. So that was just my main concern.
But you haven't been concerned that he's abusing the child regularly or neglecting the child and those kinds of.
Um, when he was when he was born, it was always like he's be what's that word? What's the word? What's the word? He's always relying on his mom and his girlfriend to take care of his responsibility. And I'm just telling him to take care of his responsibility. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not the type to sue. That is something we hear all the time. That's
Sorry,
because
Kat,
you're
please.
envisioning suing
Commercial's gonna
another
come.
person, taking money from their pocket. But that's not really how it works. You're not suing a person. You're making sure that their insurance
This
company
commercial is from
honors
you-
its agreement.
from YouTube.
Lofty
It's gonna
steps
be a
in to
second.
navigate that complexity.
I'm sorry,
for you.
it did step
We hold them
away.
accountable
Yeah,
so
I
you
know.
can get
Just
fair
give me a
compensation.
second, I'm
stepped away
sorry.
for a
You can
second.
focus on healing and let us handle the rest.
Are they gonna do a double ad?
Yes.
Yep, I'm sorry.
It's okay. One more ad, guys. Sorry about that.
Can't nobody bring me down.
I'm hoping it just skip. I had a quick emergency.
I get it. You don't have a
Alright,
valid
well,
driver's
sorry, guys.
license, but you're gonna keep depending on your mom and your girlfriend when this is your child and my child that we both made together. Don't you think that he should be responsible for a child that he made with me?
Well, I'm not required to answer any questions that parties ask me, but that's your concern? You want him to spend more time with the child instead of
Well, now, no, because he he's not doing the thing that he's supposed to be doing as a father. He didn't get his valid driver's license. He told you on April 19th or the day that we came, and you told him straight up, don't make me look dumb when we come back the next time. And look what he did. He made you look dumb by not getting his valid driver's license. And I think that's just wasted everybody's time.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. However, I'm not responsible for him and I don't consider it dumb.
I know, but you're not
He needed
giving
to
him a
do it. I
chance.
told
It's
him
not
to do
dumb.
everything he should do. I do remember that. But that he did or didn't may not be, and I haven't delved into that because that hasn't been the concern up until the second. The concern was the child doesn't want to go with dad when he picks him up, at least the last 2 or 3 times. I haven't even asked you. I thought it was longer than that. What's your position on
It was
how
longer
it's
than
been
that.
happening? How long has this been happening that has raised your concern?
Literally the first week of June, the end of May, when we moved to my new apartment, he started doing that. And when he started doing that, it made me concerned. So I kept documenting, which is writing in my notes, making sure that I write this out. And then when he comes back, he's tired or he starts screaming and crying, wanting me to hold him. And it takes me an hour to 2 hours for him to calm himself down because he's literally throwing tantrums. He's throwing a big old fit. He's screaming, crying, and I'm just trying to figure out like what's happening, what's going on. Like, why is my child coming home so angry, so mad, just screaming and crying all the time?
You see him screaming and crying in the car or not until he
No,
gets.
like in my house. Like when we come into the house, I'm holding him. And then when I'm like, hey, baby, like, how's your day? How's your day? Like, what did you do today? And he's just yelling and screaming. And then I put him down just for him to like walk it out. Maybe he was still trying to like, I don't know, adjust and figure out like where he's at or something. But he's just throwing a fit. He'll literally lay on the floor and just start screaming. It will take him 30 minutes to 40 minutes for him to really like to stop screaming, crying. And I have to
Can
like
we assume maybe he
get to
doesn't want to
his
be
eye
with
level and
you?
be like, hey, like what's wrong? Express your emotions. Tell me what's happening, what's
Do you
going
think
on.
he can tell you?
He'll tell me
Right.
he said either A, he's hungry, he's tired, or he just says no, no, no. That's it.
Maybe he doesn't want to be with
Mr.
mom.
Higginbottom's
Maybe
story is
maybe
that
that's
he's
possible.
made the kid has been tired out from the activities, you don't think that's part of the thing, that he just needs a rest? That's just, you don't think
Yes,
that's
I
acceptable as a
understand
group?
that. That's until after the fact of me realizing like what's happening. But it's also when like prior before moving to here, he's never been like that. He's never been behavior wise, like he's never been throwing a fit. He would never be screaming, crying until when I moved here. That's when it all started happening.
And how do you know the move wasn't the problem? That it's now the consistency that he had disrupted, and maybe it started there and not necessarily Mr. Higginbottom's fault.
Say that again.
Well, you're saying the move caused it, but you're the one who moved, not Mr. Higginbottom. So maybe it started there, or that's what you seem to perceive as the problem, that maybe that's what he's carrying with him, that his consistency, his world is turned upside down for a little bit, and he's trying to get a handle on it, and that might include not wanting to go with dad. But I don't know. He's so young. I don't think we're ever going to really know. But my question is, are you asking that he not go with him because he didn't get his driver's license? Because I can't do that. I don't think there's a restriction that you have to have a driver's license before a court can give you visitation. Okay, so I'm concerned about safety and welfare of the child. And yes, I'm not happy that he's upset, but if that were the standard, then nobody would get their children, because kids are upset all the time with parents' decisions, or and both of you, not just one of you. I mean, usually. So I'm trying to figure out how serious it is that it's Mr. Higginbottom, something he's doing wrong with parenting. Plus, I remembered, because he reminded me, this other kid, you say he didn't raise him. His mother and some other people have raised that 10-year-old that he has now. He has nothing to do with it. Mr. Mr. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just don't understand why Mr. Higginbottom is laughing at something that this is not funny about.
I wasn't looking at him. I was staring at you. So I need you to
No, I
answer
know,
my
but when
question.
everybody talks, the camera switches.
Okay, so she's not getting
But
her
Junior, I'm
way.
outside, so I'm not talking. I'm outside with a unmuted mic.
Do you know his girlfriend or his mother, ma'am?
Say that again.
Do you know his girlfriend and his mother?
I know his mother, but I'm not fully, I don't know his girlfriend.
Have you ever had any concerns about his mother?
Have I ever had concerns about his mother?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
never had any concerns about his mother.
So if he brought her in here to talk to me, do you think she would be lying to me just to save her son, or do you think she'd be more on the up and up? And
I believe they both would cover him, knowing that he still drives without a valid driver's license, just to lie and say that he's not driving.
Why? My question.
And so what is it you're actually asking for today?
Yeah.
She's not happy. And
Why does not having a driver's license matter? Okay, it really doesn't.
because she's trying to pin that he's doing something he's not supposed to do, or that he's committing a crime.
But
like she's gripping at straws here to see, or what is it? They're just throwing stuff on the wall to see what'll stick.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's good to see she's being called out on it.
Do you think a driver's license is allowed to have your kids? I don't.
I don't know where this case is. Something is telling me that this might be Texas. You know, it is Texas. I can see the flag in the background.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, if this was any other, another state, is she trying to say that because I don't have a driver's license that I can't have a child?
Right.
Or that, if I'd have to rely on my aunt, or rely, on my boyfriend, or whatever the case may be, that, I'm not fit to be a parent.
Right.
Like, what is her argument? And I don't understand how she can't hear the judge, or she can't hear the father. We can hear him. So maybe it's your connection, not their connection.
Yeah, I think it's hers.
Okay. On the issue of visitation.
Say that again.
What are you asking for today on the issue of visitation?
I would like for him to not have overnights. He's not being responsible enough to get his valid driver's license. He's not being responsible enough to do anything that he was supposed to be doing.
What else was he supposed to be doing?
He's getting a valid driver's license, to be more of a
You said that
responsible.
already, and you said plus he wasn't doing. What else was he not doing that he should be doing?
I mean, we don't really talk. We don't even communicate about anything. It's mostly me doing the communicating, explaining about his behavioral issues and stuff like that.
She can't even
So you
answer
think
the
giving him less visits is going to solve a problem, and that he should just be limited to it and never progress down the road either, or
No.
or how do I get him
No.
to be more, to stay involved and be more involved, not less involved, so that you can have not an absent parent, but a parent that will step up and help and be around the child so he doesn't have a gap for a father. You don't want that,
She don't care.
I presume.
I mean, he's not going to do what he's supposed to be doing. I mean, he's already behind on child support. When I try to communicate with little things, it's always he don't respond, or it's always like he don't have an answer for it.
That one of the reasons you
And
think
I've been doing everything by myself. I've been doing everything since the day he was born. I've been doing everything by myself. Like, I mean, you already heard and have seen everything. It's just he's not a responsible parent. He's not. And he already got another baby on the way, so he's still not going to be responsible. He relies on his mom and his girlfriend to take care of his fatherly duties.
He's only been with the girlfriend for what, maybe a year and a half. She didn't raise.
Bringing your side
She didn't
project
raise
to
the other
life
kid.
just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Mr. Valderas, I guess let's go to you first, since it's your pleadings. Do you have any cross-exam for Mr. Troop?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez, any follow-up with your client?
No, Your Honor, I'll save my statements for closing.
Anything else you want to present, Mr. Higginbottom?
Say that one more time. You broke up.
Anything else you want to present? You're here without a lawyer, so I'm giving you the benefit of your day in court here on visitation.
Anything else I want to present? She said I was not being responsible to take care of what you asked me to take care of, which is to get a valid driver's license. And I feel like responsibility comes in order to get that. I have to go through the process that the government has for me, which is pay off the valid citations, which I am doing. So that is a responsible. I mean, initially I don't have enough to pay it all off at once. No, I don't have that, but I'm on payment plans to pay that, and I do pay that every time I get paid, with as much as I can when I get paid, Your Honor.
And how long is it going to take?
Like I said, I have $493 left. I've been paying. I just went last Friday when I got paid on Wednesday and paid $100 towards it, which is the money I had left. And I get paid again this Wednesday coming up. I'm gonna try to see how much money I have left so I can pay a little bit more so I can knock that out. And then I have to call the Austin court back just so I can get that valid court date for when I have to appear so they can put me on payment plans or however they go about needing me to handle that, whether I have to pay it in full at that time or I could go on payment plans. So.
I recall last time you didn't even know and you weren't trying to communicate or do anything. Is that right? Is it my memory right?
It's not that I didn't know, I just never knew the amount. Because again, like I said, I went to college and I was completely absent-minded about it, and that's a fault on my end. However, you asked me to do something, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing what I need to do to get that valid driver's license as far as that. And once the tickets and fees are paid off, I have to pay the reinstatement fee. And I mean, I can only pay that when I have the money to pay those things. So I feel like that's the responsibility of me paying to pay.
And it's just a matter of money. You don't have to retake a test or repass the driver's part.
Well, when you go to the reinstatement thing, it tells you have to pay the fees. So right now I'm in the process of paying the fees, and then it gives me the reinstatement fee to pay. And I think they tell you after that, after you pay it, if you have to take a valid driver's license. I don't know. Anytime I call, they say you have to look online, and then I go online, and online doesn't really tell me anything. They told me to go online and look up my citations. When I did that, it didn't tell me anything. So I called Bexar County, and then they told me I had to come in. Then I called Austin, and they told me I had to come in January. And then again, like I said, I don't know if the come in is to start payment plans, schedule another court date, or pay it off in full. I got to come in, and I can't just not go to work and not pay the child support that I'm. So I mean, I got to make the time of my day to go down there, and I've been doing that as much as I can. My 10-year-olds went back to school, had to pay tuition for that, and been working on buying him school clothes and stuff like that. So I mean, I'm doing responsible for other things as far as it goes. And regarding my currently pregnant girlfriend, she's only been in my life for 2 years. So, I mean, she hasn't really helped me with as much as Erica Stroop is saying. So, yeah.
When's your date?
December 21st.
Okay, and you're not denying you're the father. I presume you'll be signing the acknowledgement, or will you be asking for DNA?
The signing acknowledgement as I always have.
Okay. Okay, we're down to closing. Mr. Valderas, tell me, besides the visitation, were there any other issues, or I don't remember them anymore? Talking about visitation only.
No, Your Honor. With regard to the state's closing, the state, Your Honor, believes that this should remain on temporary orders with all the same terms. With regard to the disputed visitation terms that we've had a hearing about this afternoon, the state takes no official position on possession and access issues. So I don't have a position to side with either the father or the mother in this case. So I have no position, Your Honor, and defer to the court's discretion on that matter.
Well, then you do have a position on a court date. Well, let's talk to you about that first before I move on.
Your Honor, with regard to court dates, if Mr. Higginbottom's next child is due in December, then my recommendation would be to come back in January. We have January 6th and January 13th that have availability at both 9 o'clock and both 8:30 and 10:30 a.m. on either day. The state has no preference between those two.
Well, yes, and luckily I already have a calendar for all of next year, but what's today, August, late August, mid-August, September, October, November, January. That's only 4 months. That would get us through the holiday months. So we also, besides the 6th and 13th, we have the 20th as well. You don't know anything special about any of those dates, or they're not even, you haven't even started using those dates, have you, Mr. Valderas? They're not jam-packed yet.
The 6th has 9 cases already. But and the 20th has 8 cases, but other than that, no, there's availability for all January dockets.
That's nowhere near our normal size docket. I'm sure you'll be adding more. That's the point for.
Oh yeah, by the time it gets there, they'll be more full.
Okay, and then Mr. Lopez, your closing, sir?
Yes, I'll keep it brief, Your Honor. After today's testimony from both Ms. Stroop and Mr. Higginbottom, I think it would be challenging to really evaluate the claims, potential claims of any neglect or abuse. I think what's really going on here that we can evaluate and make a determination is that there is a lot of apathy on the part of Mr. Higginbottom. He apathy toward complying with the court's order of discovery responses. He's clearly stated he received emails, was aware that he did not send discovery, but yet did not follow up despite being court ordered. Apathy in paying his child support on time, apathy in responding to paying for his share of daycare, apathy in terms of finding out what the child's routine is so that way the transitions can be as easy as possible for the child. Apathy in responding to the mother's concerns on a regular basis. all of those things may not on their own affect the child's safety, but they certainly lead to and will eventually affect the child's safety, as you brought up is a major concern here. The driver's license issue, if that were to be resolved, obviously that is one way to accomplish what you are asking, is to have the parent be more involved. Without that, he's always going to be limited, and the court will be handcuffed in trying to provide the right remedy for this case and be able to evaluate all of the things that go into a proper custody, visitation, possession, and access schedule. We are asking the court to take action of some kind that will incentivize Mr. Higginbottom to get his affairs in order so that he can not only work toward being able to provide more for the child that's before the court, but also for the child that is soon to come. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Wow,
The
what
lawyer
you're
does
seeing
make
right
a
now
good point.
is an ultra-realistic AI robotic dog.
I think it's
crafted
all
by master
like
engineers.
I was under the impression that this was like about visitation. So I don't know why the other stuff is kind of being thrusted in there.
Right.
And I don't know why they're so hung up on the driver's license. I don't understand. Like,
Now, just for context, guys, I know that a lot of people actually take care of their children without a driver's license. I know a lot of people who do that successfully. So that's not a factor. That's never been a factor. So I don't know why
sounds like
they're
they're
so
trying to
hung
make
up
it
on
one.
that. That doesn't make sense to me.
It seems like it's trying to make and him not providing discovery. He explained why he didn't provide the information that the attorney was asking for.
He did.
So, and they didn't address it.
Oh.
They didn't even delve deeper into anything about the retroactive child support.
Oh.
And saying he's not paying child support seems a little misleading too, because the money's coming directly out of his paycheck.
Right.
So what is he not paying?
We don't understand the problem in this case, and that's where I agree with the state attorney. The state attorney is basically saying, "I don't understand. I don't side with either side," which makes sense to me. I mean, it's basically a no contest. And I'm pretty much going to say the same thing in this case, because I think that the whole case is a no contest. Because there is there's nothing to fight about. You know, okay, so he doesn't have a driver's license. Okay. She wants him to have a driver's license. All right.
Because it's another delay tactic. It's another thing to prevent him from being there for his child. That's all that is.
I mean, yes, but I don't see that happening here. I don't
understand why they're so concerned about the other two kids.
Right.
One of which is not even born yet.
Right. I don't understand that either. There is nothing here that is concrete that is an issue. As long as he's getting his,
he's a bad parent.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he's doing what he's supposed to do for the child based on the parental order, I don't see the problem here. Regardless of the girlfriend is helping him do his fatherly duties, in my opinion. And good on her for assisting him for that. That's my opinion.
I think they're just mountain out of a molehill. Like,
yeah.
She's just I don't know. You could tell by her attitude when she was responding to the judge that, you know, she's gripping at straws. Anything anything that could make this go in her favor,
Right.
she seems to be trying to do. I'm wondering if there's going to be a ruling. We do have some time left on this one,
Do you
so
care to
let's
make a
see.
brief closing statement without repeating all your testimonies, Mr. Higginbotham? Anything you want to address on what I should do today and why? Just briefly.
Briefly, I would like to say that how- uh, I would like to say regarding everything that's been said, the license seems to be the only valid issue. I do take blame and I do take accountability for not responding the correct way for the discovery questions. I thought I sent it, but I guess it didn't attach how it should have attached. And that's my problem. I should have relooked at it when he asked me, but it looked like it's incorrect on my end. But that's my problem. As far as being a father to my current son and my upcoming child, because and there hasn't been any issues with that. My girlfriend nor my mother see any issues with me ever being a father, and with the responding to Miss Stroop regarding um, situations, I've always responded. I mean, I've responded in a timely manner, being that I may have been doing something at the time, but I've always responded in some shape or form. And regarding to child support being not paid on time, it's taken out of my check, so I don't understand that statement, to be honest.
Okay, it's my turn. First, because Mr. Lopez, you said, what if I said January 20th instead of the 6th or the 13th? I like later in the month and more time versus right after the holiday break and whatever. Right? Is your calendar open, Mr. Lopez, for January 20th?
It is. I don't have a problem with January 20th. For what it's worth, the child turns 3 in February, around February 10th or 13th.
Well, you all don't want to go an extra month till the 3rd birthday? Is that too far away? I guess starting with Mr. Lopez, you'd have more of an interest in that than Mr. Valderas. Whether I take the extra month to get to the child's 3rd birthday or not.
Are you asking me or Mr. Balderas?
Yes, Mr. Lopez, yes.
Oh, either way for me. I just thought it might, if Mr. Balderas would rather have it wait until the child's 3rd birthday, but I just thought I'd mention that. We'd be fine either way.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, sometimes I don't want to go too long because you never know what happens and I need to touch it again for some other reason.
Sure.
But it's close enough to February. We're almost 3 that if I have to see them again, I could see them again if necessary. Sure. I'm hoping that y'all's behavior or that the visitation works well enough to where we're progressing, not regressing. And this is what I have today, regression request versus progression. I mean, nobody ever gets what they want when they come to court, and everybody's always unhappy in family law court. But I gotta apply the facts, the law to these particular set of facts. Now, Mr. Lopez, you made a very cogent argument about his apathy, but I have never in all my years, if a guy comes to court and asks for something and he shows back up, this is encouraging to me because you don't know what kind of cases I see where people are really absent, so absent they can't be found and will never resurrect or never get involved or never this or never that. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for you too, because there is involvement. And even if it's not the perfect involvement or the best involvement or the this or that, or y'all don't communicate well, there's time for that. Y'all are kind of still young, I think, and y'all still probably need to work your way through co-parenting. And that's a long trip because you're only barely starting with this child. And you're starting again, Mr. Higginbotham. I don't know how many children you have, Ms. Troop, or maybe this is your only child. Or answer that, Ms. Troop, is this your only child or do you have other children? I can't ever saw her lips move, but I didn't hear any audio.
I say he's my only child. I thought you hit me. Sorry.
Well, I was trying to figure out because I've also seen that moms with first children are a little more nervous than most other moms that have been around the block once or twice or more.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But again, you made a cogent argument, but however, never denied visits for not having a driver license, or denied or reduced visits for not answering discovery requests, or denied or reduced visits for not paying child support, or denied or refused visits for having help in raising children. I believe you never have enough help, and it's good that parents and grandparents and family members are involved. That's great. The more kids, the more people that are in a kid's life that love the kid and support the kid and watch out for the kid is probably better for the kid. And even in their totality, I can't, with my conscience and with all the things I see and hear, and some are so horrible, you don't want to hear them. But I don't think that's this guy, Mr. Higginbotham. I haven't heard anything so bad that I want to take away your visits, but I also see where maybe you could step up and do a little bit better, and you've admitted that on your own. So this is serious, and yes, everything you do, you're under a microscope right now, and for good or bad, but if you want more, you need to probably do a little bit more. I don't want to keep you at the level that you're at now. Your kid's going to be 3. The law says I should give you a lot more at the age of 3, but we need to get through these baby steps first. Now, to get through them, Ms. Stroop, I don't need to go backwards. I'm going to leave the visitation as is. Neither of you win. So you both lose. You want more, you want less? Nah. I'm going to keep it where it is. I think that's, if with the problems we're having, that's probably the perfect thing to do. However, I want to see more time at it and more concern about other things and not just blaming him for the child not wanting to go when it might be lots of other causes, or blaming him that the child's sleepy and angry when the child gets back. Because now the child's in your possession. However, if the child's tired, well, maybe you do need to discuss that. You do need to tell her that all the things you've done that tired him out, and what, maybe he needs a nap right away instead of her trying to figure it out on her own. That's a lot of co-parenting, and most people can't do that. And most of the people I see here don't do that. They don't even get anywhere near what y'all are doing. And I'm saying that as a way of saying y'all are doing pretty good. You're involved, sir, and he's involved, ma'am, and that's a good thing. I don't want an absent father, another absent father, not doing anything with child. And he has a 10-year-old, for God's sake, that I assume he's doing okay, at least with at dad's possession since the age of 1. So that gives me even more reason that I think this weighs more in Mr. Higginbotham's, to allow him to continue to visit, and we find the source or figure it out, or things calm down, because you didn't move again, ma'am, or you're not going to move again, and that move now is more distant than not. But that the child doesn't immediately run to him, that's not enough for me to say I'm going to deny visits or stop visits or reduce visits. It's just not enough, Ms. Stroop. If the child goes and he's not kicking and screaming, and he's not kicking and screaming all overnight and the next day, if it were something like that, well, then I've got to stop and look. I don't know if the child needs counseling. He's too young for that. I don't know if he's got anything in his development that's causing any of this or not, but that's for y'all to figure out for me to bring back. But based on what I heard today, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave the visitation as is. We come back, I guess after dad has another child, and figure out if he gets credit for that child or not. And I guess we have a retroactive issue that's still in dispute, so I'll have to hear that as well. But my hope is that you'll have gotten through this next hurdle to, well, maybe the next one should be standard at the age of 3, that the child would be a little older, a little more developed, and a little more attuned with Mr. Higginbottom and his ways. And I can't tell him to raise a child the way you're raising him. I can't tell you to raise a child the way he's raising a child. And that's just what it is. If it's really different, then it's harder. Yes, it is. But that's for y'all to figure out. But I can't say anything he's doing is wrong. And I clearly don't see any abuse or neglect. So I'm just telling you, Ms. Stroop, it's not on you, it's on both of you. And it's not on one of you for communication. And if you didn't do it, the other one's required to do it. It's on both of you. I want to see more of that, if co-parenting, if at all possible. And then that'll help me decide if I can figure out what the problem is, or hopefully the child gets through this if it's a developmental issue, which I hope it is, and I think it might be. So I'll quit talking. I'm going to reset it for January 20th, 2025. Further temporary orders, all the previous orders remain in effect. There's not anything I need to add or subtract, Mr. Valderas, any specific line items in the visits or checks changes or restrictions or notices requirements. Is that all in there?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Did you want to say a time for that January 20th?
Sure. Are all those cases already set at 8:30? That's already in there?
Currently,
I think it's fair to say that that's about it, right? Like, she doesn't look happy.
No, for this one, yes.
She really thought that this child was gonna be taken. Like, she really thought she could win.
No. Over
You don't
something,
think that this?
over something simple, right? No, ma'am.
He really thought that they were gonna take away this man's visitations because he didn't have a driver's license.
And I'm over here going, whacking my head on my mic.
But here's the thing too, like, and I guess like the attorney kind of felt the same way, which is, you know, a little even, I think, crazy on his part too. Like, what is wrong with you? Like,
You know, that's why I'm like over here going whacking my head on my mic, because I just know that you know, I know many families that take care of their kids and don't have transports. They don't have a car. They don't have transports. They rely on their families, and that's okay. That's perfectly okay.
I mean,
That blew me away. Just mind blow. You know, like what?
guess what? I can't remove stuff off the playlist because it's not my playlist. Okay, so,
It is though.
let me. No, well, I remember I'm on my other account, so let's see. So we have judge humiliates ex-wife after she blocks dad's visit. We had a disrespectful mom. There's another one. He's not my partner. Yeah.
That one's a small one.
Oh wait, this was the this is one where the wife mocks the court order and kidnaps her child.
We'll go with that. Let's go with that.
All right.
Mr. Boyer, who do you have?
Sorry. Minute that you press that press on that icon.
Yep. Okay, guys. This one's gonna be a little different. This is the next case. This case is ex-wife mocks court order and kidnaps son, instantly regrets it. Now, we already know that this is gonna be so let's see what we got.
Oh, and this is an ex-wife situation because they got the same name. All right,
Oh,
so
boy.
let's full screen it, and then here we go.
Have with you.
Mine. Now wife.
Okay, and what is her name?
Tara Boyer.
All right, this is a 2017 case, so it's an older case. Originally, there were two minor children that were the children of the marriage when you got divorced, and that was Cheyenne and Chloe. Chloe has aged out because she turned 18, correct?
Right.
Yes. Okay. So the only child at issue is Cheyenne, She was born in 2012, and so she's about 13, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when I look back at the file, what I'm showing.
Wait, it says kidnapped son. So is that a boy? Maybe that's a boy. Okay, I'm sorry.
Which I have to go to the very last court order.
Now,
because we have
everything going on in the world, we can't assume.
And what I ascertained was that on January 30th of 2019.
Do you want to receive beautiful crystals every
No,
month
ma'am.
without
We
breaking
do
the
not
bank?
want crystals.
I know what you're thinking. It must
I
be
like crystals, but no.
You guys received a divorce. There was a decree of divorce. There was also a parenting plan that was filed and a supplemental holiday plan, and that was the last order that was entered by the court, and it gave Dad primary residential custody of the girls. And again, we're only talking about Cheyenne now. She's the only remaining minor of the parenting plan. Mom got first and third weekends, 5 p.m. Friday to 5 p.m. Sunday. Fourth weekend, Friday to Saturday. I think it was 5 to 5, but it wasn't a full weekend. And then she was awarded winter break, spring break, and summer, where then you got the same coordinating weekends. So you flipped that when she had summer custody. Then on 7/23 of 25, Dad filed a motion to enforce visitation because he claimed that Cheyenne was not returned after summer visitation. She was enrolled in school in Douglas, where Mom currently lives, instead of Eureka, where Father lives, where he, as the primary residential parent, had her enrolled in school. Service wasn't obtained, a hearing wasn't requested, one wasn't scheduled. In the interim,
So wait, Mom
a
just
motion
kind
to
of just
modify-
enrolled her in a different school?
Yes.
Wait, what?
Oh wait, I just noticed something. I'm so sorry.
Why would you? Why
just
would
noticed
you
that I'm
do
so-
that? If they have a school already.
So when I put my thing in full screen, guess what happened? It messed up my thing. So I might not be able to use this video.
Oh man.
Oh, that sucks. The screen capture changed the size of the window. You know, it's just never a dull moment, even with a recording. It's just never a dull moment. Whoever did this video,
I think I'll be sending her the VOD. Right? Right. Anyway, moving on.
at least I caught it. But so I'm guessing that every time I hold on. So every time I go from
visitation was filed by.
Every time I go from full screen and out of full screen, it adjusts the window on the thing.
Nice. That's so much fun.
I mean,
stupid thing.
No, because you know what that means? What I might... No, I don't think I could do that either. Oh well, whatever. Sorry, back to the video.
Melissa on 8/6 of 25. Again, no service, no request for a hearing date to give notice of hearing. And it was alleged there that the child did not want to return to dad and that mother could not physically force her to return. And so here we are. There was a hearing on 9:30 by notice of our court because nothing had been scheduled to get this thing up off the ground. It is a serious situation, but as I indicated, all of the procedures have to be followed. But we did want to get you together to recognize that these motions are on file. They're conflicting motions, and get this thing scheduled for a full evidentiary hearing if necessary. Additionally, mom asked that the child be heard, that the child wanted to communicate with the court. Now, please understand,
She's
there
sitting
is
right
no
there, look like.
age in which a child can make their own decision. The court does often hear from a child or children. Generally, I never want the first recourse to be testimony or involvement in the litigation. But I am allowed in chambers to visit with children by agreement. If one party wants it recorded, it has to be recorded. That is not, again, my first avenue. My first avenue is generally to have a child with a school counselor, a therapist, or an advocate who the child is entrusted to, that provides information to the court, not only about the child's wishes, but what that person sees in terms of the best interest. I mean, that person reconfirms for me that the child is mature for their age, that the child is taking a position for the right reasons. And that is quite helpful to the court.
And Cheyenne has been seeing the school counselor.
Okay, but I am, noting that for you in terms of I'm acknowledging that mom has asserted that she has an opinion about where she goes to school and who she wants to live with during the school year.
But that's
So,
going against court
having
order.
said that,
Your rights were taken for a reason.
I'm probably going to.
See,
Well,
yeah, that's
I'm
my
gonna
thoughts
hear
too.
from
Like,
both of you as to your.
He had primary custody for a reason.
mm-hmm.
So why does she, and who knows what she did with the child for the whole 2 months of the whole summer.
Right.
She could have probably been feeding this kid like horrible shit about her dad.
Right. Why would you first, the one thing that struck me as odd in this one, if the kid is going to school and the father is the primary custody and they already have a school, what are you doing?
Look, that's why the title says kidnapped. If you do not return a child when they're supposed to be returned,
right,
it's kidnapping.
Right.
And I think that the child is sitting right next to her.
Possible.
So, which is why she moved her camera. The child shouldn't even be there to hear what's going on.
Right.
So, that's a little, manipulative.
Sketchy much?
Position on the record under oath. And so we'll go from there. But probably the result today is going to be that I make enter a temporary order and schedule the matter for a full evidentiary hearing in person to make a final determination. The preferred route for these things is that the child should have went home under the current order, and Mom, you should have filed a motion during the summer before school started to, one, give you custody of the child for the school year, to change physical custody for the school year, and to give permission to enroll her in the school instead of not following the court order, keeping the child, making him file a motion to enforce. Now I'm put in a position of, one, starting with the premise that you violated a court order, but two, having to consider yanking a child out of school that a parent has put the child in school in violation of the court order. So I have to take all of those things into consideration and try to straighten this out and provide the least amount of disruption to the child and her life, but also act in her best interest with what little information that I have. Okay, so since the motion to enforce was filed first, I'm going to have Mr. Boyer, you go first. And if you'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. Now, normally, thank you, in a court proceeding, there is an attorney who asks questions and an attorney or a party that can object to questions for various legal reasons. But because you're acting as your own attorney and you're a witness because you're a party, then there isn't a lot of latitude for the court to follow evidentiary rules as it relates to testimony. So if during the course of things, one or the other of you has an objection about particular testimony, you need to, in a orderly way, advise the court that you're objecting so that we can try to address it as best we can, given the nature of the self-represented proceeding. So, Mr. Boyer, you need to state your name and what statements you wish to give under oath with regard to Cheyenne not being returned to your care at the end of summer for the beginning of the school year.
Well, the last time I seen Cheyenne, Brian Boyer.
All right.
And last time I seen Cheyenne at my house was Wednesday, June 11th. Her mother come and picked her up from my house, and that was the last time I seen her. I was refused my Father's Day parenting time. All my weekends since then, I have not got. Cheyenne got to miss out on vacation trip to Branson with us because.
Okay, hang on. Ma'am, you're going to have to sit back on the couch and observe. You can't keep telling him what to say. Please, I'm sorry. Thank you. All right. Go ahead. What about your weekends?
I have not got any of my parenting time since then at all.
What have you done to try to facilitate getting the child or enforcing the court order?
Well, for one, when she moved to Douglas, I do not have an address where my child's at. I have no clue. All I know is she lives in Douglas.
I spent $600 on a top-rated
You
purifier.
know, that's like a
last week.
wife to
By the
like
second week,
try
the
to help.
musky smell was back.
Which it states in our papers too that
Yeah, that's pretty.
If we move, you got to give a
I
30-day
think.
notice on a new address change. I haven't got one.
Okay. Did you,
That's
so
not
you
good.
had, so what you're telling the court is you had no place to drive to.
I have no clue where my daughter is at, other than Douglas.
And did you contact the Douglas authorities, whether it's the sheriff's office or, I don't think they have a police department, frankly, but
Yes, I
did you
talked to the sheriff on July 23rd about
I'm
this.
sorry. I may have interrupted you. I apologize. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
On July 23rd, I contacted the deputy that patrols down there, and we had a conversation on what to do. And basically, he told me to call her in as a runaway, but that goes on her permanent record, and I really didn't want that on my daughter's record.
Okay. Did he try to locate where she was living, where mom was at?
No, because don't know.
Did you, does she have her own cell phone?
Yes, but it is highly monitored by her mother. Every time I try to call her, you hear it click on record.
Okay, so did you talk to your daughter on the phone after June 11th about where she was at, where her mom was living, what residence she was at?
All they've told me is she lives in Douglas. They won't give me an address.
So how many conversations on the phone did you have with your daughter?
I've had probably 3 good conversations and a few text messages, Snapchats, but other than that, my daughter really doesn't talk to me anymore.
Well, what did she say to you during those discussions about weekends with you and that kind of thing?
Well, just prior court date on the 28th of August, that evening, Cheyenne called me and she stated to me that she wanted to come back to Eureka. She misses all of her friends. She wanted to come home. And that's multiple times that I've heard that from her. I've got a text or a Snapchat from her sister where she thinks that she blew this out of proportion and went too far with all this. So Cheyenne's recognized what she's done. And I just want my daughter home.
What are you talking about, a child support enforcement action that was going on?
No.
Okay. All right. So on August 28th, she told you that she wanted to come home and go to school in Eureka?
Yeah, and missed all of her friends.
Okay. And when did school start in Eureka?
Well, it had been the 17th, I think it was. 21st? 21st, yeah.
Okay, so this was already past school having started in Eureka.
Mm-hmm.
Did you enroll her in school in Eureka?
Eureka wouldn't let me because Melissa had already enrolled her in Douglas without telling me that she's enrolling her in Douglas.
How would they have known that she was enrolled in Douglas?
Because Douglas School District contacted Eureka to get her transcripts from Eureka. Because Cheyenne's been in Eureka since she started school. She started preschool here.
Damn, that's some sneaky shit right there. Mm.
Well, I think I would have shown, I would have went to Douglas High School and shown them the court order. So you never physically tried to go pick up your daughter at school or anywhere?
No, not yet. I actually faxed the court order down to Douglas, and he said I had no justification because of the wording of it.
Mm.
Because they had no
Well,
wording.
I mean, no court orders generally give precise dates each year, but when summer's over, that means the school year started and you clearly had primary residential custody under those orders.
Yes.
So, all right. And so when is the last time that you have spoken with your daughter?
It would have been a week and a half ago, probably.
And what did she tell you?
We just carried on a decent conversation, and once again, she mentioned that she wanted to come home and she missed all her friends.
So, have you checked with Douglas? Are you able to get in a power school or whatever they offer to see what her attendance is and how her grades are and that kind of thing?
Yes, we can.
Have you done that?
Yes, I had to call down there and get access to all that.
All right. All right. What else do you want to tell me?
I think that's about it.
Have you been receiving your child support from Melissa?
Yes, I have. And just to note, she is, last I checked, she's like $3,500 in the hole in rear.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Give me, okay. I apologize. I wanted to clarify on the record. I'm trying to figure out when you said you talked to her before the August 28th hearing.
Yes, I had my date wrong. That was this last court that we just had a week and a half ago.
Okay. Well, our records indicate, and Amy, you could correct me if I'm wrong, that on 8/28, Amy scheduled the 9/29 hearing, which was the status with her as to service and whether or not you were retaining attorneys.
Yes.
And then she scheduled our hearing today for me to be involved. But you did have a child support hearing on 9/19 that was continued to 11/21 because of our hearing today.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Melissa, if you'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, please state your name.
My name is Melissa Beasley.
Melissa, are you remarried?
I am.
Okay. And what is your spouse's name?
Christopher Beasley.
Now, I understand you filed a motion for modification on 8/6/25.
This is my favorite dentist hack to clean my retainer. If you
She
wear a
shouldn't
retainer
get
every
shit
night like I do, you know how hard it is to keep it.
They shouldn't
Yes,
reward
I was
her.
having problems filling out my paperwork, so I had to keep doing it. That's my bad.
Okay, well, what's going on? I mean, why are we not following the court orders?
So that Tuesday when I picked Cheyenne up from Eureka and we were driving back, she was crying and upset. and she asked me to get residential custody because they both drink and she didn't want to be there. So I encouraged her to go to her dad's weekends, and she always refused. I have sent Tara and Brian both my new addresses in Douglas, and I have those text messages. Cheyenne has gone to Eureka schools her whole life. And for an 8th grade girl who is 13 to ask to be removed from her school that she's familiar with to go to a new school, there's a bigger picture. And she is in counseling, and I'm trying to help her. I'm trying to be her voice. And I have voiced with Brian, and I have copies of them text messages too. I said, I do not want to take our daughter from you. I want the best for her. And right now she's going through some stuff because of their drinking. um, and she did call him the other day, and I did record that phone call. And she did say she missed her friends in Eureka, but she wanted him to quit drinking. And he said he would put the bottle down if it meant getting her back. And I have that all recorded. I want him to find peace, and I want us to co-parent and raise a stable daughter. And it was not a stable environment. So when she asked me to do something, I did it. And was it right? Probably not. But as a mother, you'll do anything for your child. And I have talked to Brian several times and told him she is hurting right now. I do not want to remove her from his life. I don't. But the co-parenting wasn't happening. I would drive her to El Dorado or drive to El Dorado to pick her up on the weekends. And then he would make me drive all the way to Eureka. There was no compromise on travel. It was his way or no way at all.
Didn't have an address.
I have a text message between me and Tara, his wife, stating my address.
Okay, well, you guys need to look at your court order. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. The court orders specifically say how transportation's to be conducted. You have to follow it unless you come to court and get it changed. The court order has specific requirements. They're set out by statute. They're not just court order. They're statutorily adopted.
He refused to drive to Eureka.
In writing, you have to send it in.
Okay.
It's very specific. It tells you how many days and what you have to do. It's in your court order. So you've got to do that. Then I don't have to worry about whether a text message went through or who the text message went to. And you are not in any trouble because you've complied with the law and the court order. The same thing with exchanges and travel. Now, does she or does she not want to go back to Eureka?
No, she does not. She's very happy in Douglas. She has straight A's. She's on the volleyball team, varsity. They're doing great playing. She's thriving here. And then she is in some counseling. And I
Who is she in counseling with?
She's talking to the school counselor right now. We just started her Blue Cross and Blue Shield insurance. So I'm in the process of finding an outside counselor. But we just got her off of state insurance, and she's on my husband's Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
What is concerning to me is that the mother violated the order and then continued to move forward as if she was now taking over all primary custody responsibilities.
Right.
And probably didn't disclose any of that to him.
Correct.
And why are you putting your child on her stepdad's insurance? Is that even a thing?
I believe you can if you're married. I think that is actually true.
But if the other parent is supposed to be the primary and involved,
that's the part I'm unsure on.
It seems like she is trying to erase his existence.
Correct. It doesn't matter.
So when that
My
transition
opinion,
happened, I'm trying to find a counselor for her.
sorry,
Huh?
my opinion, it doesn't matter if she's not the custodial parent, so she will have to go back to wherever she's
I think we're
going.
gonna see what this judge says, because at first, when the judge first spoke, it sounded like she was adamant, or not adamant, but seemed more focused on sticking with the order and not, like extra circumstances.
That's what I mean.
But it seems like this mom, like she violated the order, and then is now trying to change things and make decisions that she's not legally supposed to do.
Correct.
And
She is
Do you
hurting.
have a letter or anything from the school counselor?
I can get one. I wasn't aware of anything that you needed, but that
But
would
I
not be a
can't,
problem.
can you understand why I can't have each parent representing what she says or how she feels or
Absolutely, and
what
that's
she's
why
going through?
Yes.
That it has to be through a neutral party that's best for me to rely on. With the neutral party, especially when there are allegations of drug abuse or alcohol abuse or mistreatment. Those are pretty serious things that a counselor gets involved with, and they're mandatory reporters. So if they believe the child is at risk, they are required to report that to DCF or the authorities. So yes, I need something until I can get with a full-time therapist or get a chance for her to come into my office and go through the proper steps to visit with her about what's going on.
Enter the Spedience Gym Monster, an all-in-one home gym solution that aims to deliver a high-quality full-body.
it's like, Mom, you fucked up.
Okay. So she's a 9th grader?
She's in 8th grade.
How's she on varsity in 8th grade?
Varsity middle school volleyball. She's 18.
Oh, okay.
18, yeah, 18.
Okay.
And we play in Belle Plaine tomorrow. And I've given Brian that schedule, and he's been to one volleyball game, and he's refused to go on to the rest, which is, it upsets her. She thinks her dad doesn't love her. So it's hard.
Well, I do believe he does, because he was the first one to file something to get recognized by the court that he wanted her to return.
Yeah.
And I don't have any reason to doubt that he does love her very
Oh, me neither. I'm just telling you how she feels. That's why I wanted her to speak to somebody or you, so she can tell. She wants to have a voice in this.
well. I understand. But you're the adult, and you have to.
And yes.
All right. Tell me quickly what Chloe is doing, because Dad has had primary residential custody since those kids were 10 and 5.
Yes.
Yeah, Chloe is a graduated high school student with a certified CMA, CNA. She has purchased her own house in Wichita. She got her own car. She graduated with 3.5 from Eureka High School.
Okay. Is she single?
No, she's fixing to.
She's getting married in 2 weeks.
Okay.
With her high school boyfriend of
4 years.
5, 6 years, whatever.
Does she, any children?
No.
Great. Does she see both of you regularly, or talk on the phone, or communicate with both of you?
We have family dinner. Oh, sorry.
Hang on. I'll just, Brian, go ahead.
I talk to her every day, and I just saw her, that'd have been Friday, at my mom's house.
Okay. Mom, what's your relationship with her?
She comes over every Sunday for family dinner and game night.
Perfect. So it sounds like you did a good job with her.
Very proud of her.
So there's no reason you can't do a good job with Chloe and
Fine.
get her to the same point in life.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, at least we have a, a strong base there. It's fallen apart here recently, but you guys are doing something right, both of you.
I mean, an 18-year-old who has their own house and certified and, like...
First of all, Brian.
Holy crap.
You have a right to bring a contempt citation if you want her found in contempt for violating the court order and you want to pursue any sanctions. But there's quite a bit to that. You'll have to file an affidavit that you do under oath. You have to file it with the court in a motion in contempt and citation to appear, for her to appear personally in court, in person. You have to get a court date in advance for that. You have to put that in the order, and then you have to have her personally served. She has to have personal service. If someone doesn't appear on an order to appear in a citation in contempt, and they've been personally served, the court can issue a warrant to have them picked up and brought before the court on a contempt citation. Now, that is an avenue that can be pursued by an attorney or by an individual if there is a clear-cut violation of a court order. But that is, I cannot do anything with regard to sanctions or anything today without that proceeding being in place. So what I'm looking at now is your two corresponding motions that were filed within a month of each other. And I'm looking at the reality of the situation right now, which is we are within reach of the first semester, I think. It's usually sometime in mid-October.
We have parent-teacher conferences on Friday, so yes.
I don't know what's going. I don't know if she thinks she's gonna get away with it. I don't know where this is gonna go.
Yeah, that sounds a weird one.
I frankly have two choices, Brian. I can order that she be returned to you temporarily until we can have a full custody hearing. At semester, I'm not going to take her out of school or at, the first semester. I'm not going to take her out and put her in another school unless it's semester, first, second semester, or the end of first, second. So I'm talking about right now or December, one or the other. But my preference would be to, if she's doing well in Douglas, and I tell you what, Mom, if I find out that you have conjured all of this up,
no, ma'am,
that there is no basis whatsoever for the child to be reluctant to go home, other than she just decided she wanted to do something different. In other words, if there are no issues at all at home and you conjured this up and did this in violation of court order, I'm not going to be very happy.
No, ma'am, I promise I did not.
This all started because of the child support hearing. As soon as that happened is when all this went to crap.
She was with me before that.
Well, what's going on with the child support? Why are there even being hearings?
Because I filed a motion to modify child support because the girls have been coming home talking about how their mother's making all this big money. Well, her child support was based off of a previous job. So I filed for the motion to modify it.
Well, that shouldn't come into any play at all in terms of what's the child's best interest.
Correct.
So I think what I'm going to do, Dad, is that I am going to order that until the end of the second semester, she stay at Douglas. I will make a decision by December before the next beginning of the third semester as to where she's going to permanently go. But I am going to leave her at Douglas, but I am going to require that she do those weekend visits with you.
So is she not being returned?
No, because she's doing well in the school she's in.
Well, she doesn't have to leave the school, just leave the mom.
Until then, and that you not consume any alcohol during those visits, just to be on the safe side. I don't know if any of it's true, not true, I don't know, but it's pretty easy, and honestly, it's fairly common to order that when parents have primary control of the child in custody, that they not become intoxicated at least. But in this case, I'm going to say not drink, because if there was an emergency or something, you need to be able to drive them to the emergency room. You need to go pick them up from a friend's or school or whatever's going on. So it's not, I'm not assuming that you're guilty of anything. I'm just going to ask you not to consume alcohol on your weekends that you have her. And I will get to the bottom of this by doing a full trial with an evidentiary hearing. And it has to involve a therapist and the school counselor. So you're going to have to make sure that you've got letters or them lined up to testify at the evidentiary hearing. And I will even speak to her.
I greatly appreciate
Either
that.
before or after that hearing, I'm not sure which at this point. I will even speak to her as well if I need to. But Mom, she needs to be told if she doesn't go to Dad's on the weekend, then she's going to end up having to go back based on the court order that was in existence at the time that she came to stay with you. So that is the alternative. She needs to have a relationship with both parents. She needs time with both parents. Whatever that looks like, you've been doing this weekend and switching in the summer and during breaks, and you've been doing this for a long time. So that needs to continue for Dad. And if it can't, then we'll just have to go back to the way it was. And then I'll make a final decision in December based on all of the evidence that I have. But they're going to still need income information, run a child support worksheet, see what the payment should be, and have that stuff ready because you're going to have to owe it until it gets changed, if it gets changed. So those are just numbers, and it's pretty easy for them to figure all of that out and have that ready. Mm-hmm. Okay, so is there any questions about what we're doing?
No, ma'am.
And as I indicated, you have a right to file a contempt, and if come to find out during that proceeding, there are things that are totally untrue, like there was never any text, Mom's been hiding her out, Mom's been hiding, she was taken, all of that kind of thing. You want to pursue that, and if that is true, then that can result in even something contrary to what I have ordered today. But for now, I'm entering the temporary order that I indicated to you, and I'm scheduling this for trial, okay?
Yes.
All right, and that will be to correspond with the school year.
I'm
Now,
working on obtaining an attorney. Is that okay?
This is a Butler County case, but you live in Greenwood, Brian, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mom, did you used to live in Eureka?
No, ma'am. I lived in Whitewater, and then my landlord sold. I'm in Butler County still.
Okay, so yeah, I remember Whitewater way back when the case was filed. So all right, so that was in Butler County. That's how it ended up in Butler County. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, Brian, where do you work?
Currently, I am not.
Okay. Are you on unemployment, or are you on disability, or are you just in between jobs, or what?
In between jobs, I had a bunch of health issues that I had to take care of, and it just wasn't working the way it should have. But I'm getting back to where I need to be.
Okay. Mom, where are you working?
I'm a quality inspector for the Department of Defense and NASA at DJ Engineering in Augusta.
Okay. So DJ Engineering, so you just have a regular work week?
It's about 50 plus hours a week, yes. But yeah.
Okay.
It's very lenient. I leave at 7:15 every day and drive Cheyenne to school, and I pick her up at 3:20, and then we go to all the volleyball games. So
Trying to figure out the best time.
I get off work at 4:30 generally, but like I said, my job is very lenient anytime that is needed.
Well, I'm going to set it for all day.
Okay.
If we actually go to trial, we're going to need all day.
Yes, ma'am.
I think probably December 30th is my best day for custody trial.
That's a very big
Now,
pencil.
I'm going to touch base with you before that to see if you have retained counsel or decided to get counsel.
Okay.
Or if you've come to some agreement between the two of you that you decide that you don't want to have a custody trial.
Absolutely.
So you can advise me of that. So I will want to check on the status of things in November. And I think I would like to do that on Tuesday, November 25th at 4 o'clock.
By Zoom?
That will be by Zoom.
Okay.
The trial will be in person.
Okay. And you said December 30th at what time, ma'am?
I'm sorry, 9 a.m. 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Everything is obvious that you said.
They're so cute. Okay, I'm sorry.
And then November 25th at 4 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get that down, Dad?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, the weekend should start this. Let's see. Let me look here.
He does have a volleyball tournament coming up on Saturdays. How would you like us to work that?
All right. Well, hang on here.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what did I say? I said the first and third weekends of October. So the 4th and the 18th. And then the 4th weekend is just Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
So actually, it's going to start the 18th.
Okay, and we have a volleyball tournament that weekend from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
The location has not been disclosed yet. It's to be determined because of.
Hang on.
Okay.
So were you saying this weekend is the 11th?
Yes, and the 18th is the tournament. We have one more week of volleyball, and then that Saturday is, I need a calendar. I can't use my phone.
Okay, so there isn't a tournament on the 11th?
Hang on, I'm double checking, ma'am. Hang on. Let me look at the calendar.
They're having weekend tournaments through the school?
Just on Saturdays, it's the tournament. Yes, ma'am. So the 18th is a volleyball tournament from 9 a.m. to 3, and I am unknown of the location. And Brian has that schedule with him. Cheyenne took a picture and sent it to him. So it is a volleyball tournament on Saturday. So I would like to know how to work that.
Okay. Well, Brian,
That's the last game.
Brian, I am thinking then that the weekend should, for just this month, because you haven't had time with her, that that you'll get the second weekend and the fourth weekend all weekend long.
Okay.
From Friday at 5 to Sunday at 5.
So the 24th and the 25th?
So the 11th and the 10th.
Oh, the 11th. So this weekend, I apologize.
The 10th through the 12th. And the 24th through the 26th. And then in November, it will go back to 1st and 3rd, and 4th, just Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
So it'll go back to what the original plan was, just flipping it.
Okay.
And then the holiday schedule remains the same. Hang on. And the transportation in your current order says, respondent shall be responsible for picking up the children at the beginning of her time, and petitioner shall be responsible for picking up the children at the end of such time, except for the fourth weekend of each month, in which case the party receiving parenting time the first half of said weekend shall be solely responsible for transporting the children. So I assume you still have copies of your court orders.
I do.
So all you have to do is flip that.
So he needs to come to my house to pick her up on Friday?
Yes, and then you
will go to his house and pick her up on Sunday.
Yes. All right, can you guys live with this for now as the court order and follow it without any more intervention from authorities? Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do not make plans for the weekend or have her make plans with her friends or anything else.
Absolutely.
Because she's not in high school.
No, ma'am.
Her activities should be extracurricular and affiliated with the school, and everything else comes secondary to her family time with her family, including her father.
Yes.
All right. Dad, I would strongly suggest that you either have witnesses that say you don't consume alcohol very often or at all, and that you don't have an alcohol abuse problem through a drug or alcohol evaluation, or if you can disprove all of it, you're free to do that. If you do have an issue with depression or drinking, you've fallen on some hard times with work, hey, just get into therapy or treatment. And only you can decide, and only you and your wife know what's really going on. And I will leave it at that. As I stated, I am not prejudging anything, but I am suggesting if there is a problem, that it needs to be acknowledged and needs to be addressed. And I'm hopeful that just by prohibiting it, and if you don't have a problem, that it just simply won't be an issue. So I don't know, but I want to see things get back, or us get you back on a good path, both of you. So anything else that needs to come before the court today?
No, ma'am.
I don't think so.
I generally, if they're attorneys, I have them journalize whatever I order based on their motions. So that would be, Melissa, you filed a motion, it's been partially granted.
And I will get that served correctly to him.
And I would have you do an order that summarizes what occurred. But I doubt that you probably will get that put together, because our success rate with that with self-represented folks is not very good. So I will try to put something together and get it filed. I am going to be out of town for a few days, and we have a holiday on Monday where the court's completely closed. But I expect that you all will follow the oral, verbal orders that I made today until all of this can get on file, which may be the end of next week. Okay?
Yes.
Sounds
All
good.
right. If there's nothing further, we are adjourned.
Oh, oops. No. Oops. Wrong video. Right? No. This is kind of like interesting because I understand that she's in a different school, but I still kind of think that why wouldn't you just follow the original order?
You know, that's a good question because they're supposed to, but because the child is doing well in school, the judge doesn't feel that it's necessary to take her out of school at night.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about school. She can stay in the same school but go to her dad's house.
And that's why they said weekends for him.
Yeah, but it seems like you're it seems like your side it's sided with the person who broke the order, who violated the order.
Right. And I don't agree with that either.
And
but
I don't know how far she lives from where he lives, but why couldn't the child be returned back to his custody where she's supposed to be and still go to school in the other district?
I don't know.
That's what I meant. Like,
I don't have an opinion on that actually. Because there is nothing to really like say here, you know.
it's weird. I think it's weird.
It is weird. Yes, it's very weird.
I'm trying to find a short one. This one, I don't know how I feel about that one. I'm gonna not entertain that one just yet. Ooh. Do we want to watch a short one of CPS being accused of cover-up?
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Were you or a loved one at Northwell Sleep Center or STARS Rehabilitation between August 2022 and April
thank you very much for being here with us on the short notice. We know that we had our status hearing in the case yesterday in person in McCulloch County. I had requested that Ms. Davis appear in court. She did not do so. We're here today accommodating her attendance by Zoom. Thank you all for circling back around here today. We'll go ahead and have announcements for who all is here. Let me just begin with you.
I just want to point out, like right off the rip, that CPS has an attorney. Now, is that like an attorney to represent them? Or is that like for the representative of the child? Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Ms. Surratt.
Interesting.
Jill Surratt, attorney.
All right, and Ms. Moore.
Terry Moore for the department.
All right, Ms. Palmer, you're next on my screen.
Amy Palmer, I'm the CPS caseworker.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wicker.
Joseph Wicker, I'm the Child Protective Investigations Program Administrator.
Where are you located, Mr. Wicker?
In Odessa, Texas.
Okay.
4 people for
And
CPS.
so the RD for investigations, your supervisor is who?
It's Lorena Maldonado.
And where is Miss Maldonado stationed?
In El Paso.
Okay. And so Miss Davis is here. She works directly for you. Is that correct? You're her direct supervisor?
That's correct.
All right, Miss Davis.
Yes, Carla Davis. I am the Child Protective Services Investigation Program Director.
All right, thank you. We have the clerk here from McCulloch County and our court reporter, and then Ms. Gaiman is here. I think she indicated she's driving from the CASA program. And Ms. Corbin, you're in the top corner. I skipped you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Sure. Valera Corbin, I am the attorney ad litem for Evelyn.
All right. Thank you.
So that's
Thanks
the gal.
Again, everyone, for being here. Let me just go ahead and swear everyone in that is not an attorney. I guess that's just the 3 of you. And Ms. Gaiman, if we need your input, we'll swear you in as necessary. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, as you see, Zoom now recognizes when you raise your hand, so it always looks like I'm asking a question when I'm swearing people in. All right, so let me cut kind of through the chase here. I hope everyone has had a chance to review the affidavit that was attached to the initial removal. Mr. Wicker, have you reviewed that document?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. I think, we can kind of skip to the second page there. There was a lot of activity going on February 23rd. I think I'll just read that paragraph, which is the 3rd paragraph there on that second page. On February 24th, Elvin, the father, called law enforcement on 2 occasions due to the child becoming physically aggressive, trying to harm him. Brady PD responded, removed the child, and took her to the office. Father attempted to file assault charges. An emergency detention order was denied, and the father refused to take the child back into care. Of course, we know now we have an 11-year-old child. I think we had a report yesterday as to her disabilities and assessments. And then on February 24th, I, being Mr. Barnett, the investigator, spoke with the father on the phone and explained to him the department's stance and plan moving forward.
Okay, I think this is a thumbs up to the father for seeing that his life is in danger with his own kid.
I'm in danger.
And
yeah.
Getting the kid out of his household. And I only say that because I think of all the body cam footage stuff that we've been watching. And
just to give a little context, we do a lot of body cam footage too. That's also something we're gonna do, possibly. Most of that will be blurred because that's actual.
But usually
footage.
highly entertaining.
A lot of it is entertaining, but yeah, there's that coming to you guys. So, um, but yes,
But
we
no,
watch a lot of
seriously.
that too. What?
But seriously, we've watched stuff of like, you know, or just even if you like watch those dramas of like crimes and stuff that happen, and they have, you know, kids that kill their parents.
Right.
We watched a 13-year-old that did stabbed her 8-year-old brother.
Or something like that. Yeah.
So, like I said, kudos for him for
Yeah.
saying this child is dangerous. Don't bring her back here.
Do not go back. Ever.
I'm not ready to die. Okay. And no shade to the child having mental disabilities or anything, but it's probably in the best interest of the child to be in maybe a special program or something.
Right.
As opposed to being at home and being violent. So
right.
Now I'm just kind of curious, what is CPS covering up?
Dun dun
dun. I don't know if we said it, but that's what this is judge accuses CPS of cover up in shocking hearing.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we didn't read the titles for this one. Sorry, guys. But yeah, judge accuses CPS of cover up. Yeah.
I'm just, and there's so many CPS people in here. Like, I don't even know, like, does this even involve the father's not there? We see it, so we have a gal. I don't know. I still don't know what the DFPS attorney is. I don't know if that's. I'm guessing then that's the attorney for CPS. But there's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 CPS workers here. I don't remember who the non-camera person is. That's a lot of people involved in something that's not even the parent being abusive.
This seems a little bit messy to me.
And did we hear about the mother? Because it's the father that
not yet
that doesn't want the child. So this poor kid.
This is Colton. I told him that the child would need to return home to allow us to discuss this with our legal department, as well as upper management to formulate a plan on how to best serve Evelyn and her needs. He explained his distaste for the idea of her returning home, said that he is afraid of her, he's not able to sleep, etc. And then he agreed for her to return home. The investigators spoke with juvenile probation. And then I believe that the child was not removed by the department until the 25th. I think that's a fair assessment. She was actually taken into the conservatorship on the 25th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I think at the hearing, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review the record. Of course, Ms. Moore was present there, and I hope y'all have had a chance to discuss. I was extremely concerned with why the child was not taken into emergency conservatorship on the 24th when the father clearly was attempting to rapper the child at the scene. My recollection is that Mr. Baronet testified that his supervisor was not available and he had contact with Ms. Davis. He indicated to him that the department could not take emergency possession of the child in a rapper situation without a court order authorizing that. That was confusing to me. It appeared to me that
I'm sorry, I gotta break again. So we protect the children, but we don't protect the parents. Is that what we doing?
It is CPS.
Because I bet you if the
child protection services here.
Yes, but if the child was in danger, they would have immediately removed that child from the household.
You know, she's got a point, folks. If you know,
like, if the father believes he can't even sleep at night because he's scared of his child, it's in the child's best interest to be protected, right?
It's
by
not like
CPS.
the child's over here holding a knife, going, "Oh, no."
I mean, and here's the thing, though, right? If CPS can't do an emergency removal,
right?
Which CPS, are we not protecting the kid by removing them from a situation where they could end up in jail? Maybe I don't know, but should he have just had the child arrested,
right?
And then sit in jail, or them try to find some emergency place for her to go?
Right.
Oh, but you can't do that because your supervisor wasn't available. Whatever the case, it doesn't make sense. In either scenario, the child should just be removed.
But there's always a supervisor when it comes to the kids. Watch, a supervisor shows up in the middle of the night, for Christ.
Yeah, like to me it just seems super weird. Like,
when do they come to collect the kids? In the middle of the night.
If the child is in danger, the child would have been immediately removed from that parent.
Right.
Immediately.
Right.
They would have been put somewhere temporarily.
Correct.
So, in this alternative, why wouldn't the same protocol exist?
Right.
I
don't know.
There's a prejudice. As adults, we are not safe with murderous children.
That's a whole nother department. It's called Adult Protective Services.
Yeah, but even adult protective services but adult protective services is for people with disabilities.
That's actually true. Yes.
And
that's actually true. There is such a thing.
And for senior citizens.
Right.
Like, though, it's supposed to be vulnerable people who have these protections.
Yes.
So a regular, for lack of a better word, adult who is not disabled, not a veteran, doesn't have protection.
In a way, I meant it as a joke, but no, there is such a thing as those kind of protections. She is correct.
Or here's a better one, right? So if CPS can't involve themselves in protecting the father, and adult protective services may not apply to him, then at least would it be like domestic violence? Does domestic violence only have to be between partners?
I believe so. Maybe so. I mean, I thought it was always. Thank you for the follow.
Is this Texas again? Texas makes sense. Help us make sense of this situation.
I don't.
I
don't understand.
We're almost 6 months in, and this shit already doesn't make sense. I want to know and these CPS faces, they don't look guilty. They look like what we've been seeing from a lot of these cases, where they look like they're desensitized.
They look a little bit confused. Yeah.
Maybe they think the father's not in danger with an 11-year-old. But I mean, anybody that can pick up a knife, right? You're in danger. Like,
I'm in danger. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, the kid can turn the gas on the stove and walk outside. Or,
True.
I mean, there's quite a few ways that a kid can kill you.
And then all of a sudden, kaboomy. Yeah.
Okay. Just look. Woosah.
Really?
I need this to make sense. It is not making sense yet.
Clearly wanted to rapper the child. He had been assaulted. We can go back through the affidavit in more detail, but that he was told that the department would not take custody of the child. And obviously, I read from his statement, he said he was going to have to speak with upper management about to formulate a plan. So apparently, the department says we're getting an 11-year-old girl. We're not going to have a placement for her on February 24th. We need to talk about it, and we'll get back with you tomorrow. Obviously, that's a concern to me. I do not believe it's correct information that the department cannot take custody of a child in a wrapper situation without a court order, but maybe somebody can show me where that is not correct.
That's accurate.
So,
Sorry, I didn't hear your statement, Mr. Wicker.
The judge's assessment is correct. There's no policy or procedure that says that we cannot take possession of a child, whether it's a wrapper or other child, if they're unsafe.
Okay. So, Ms. Surratt, I don't know if you or Ms. Moore taking lead in the hearing. It's a big concern to me. I expressed my concern yesterday in the court with the issues that I think we've been having with investigations in our area. And frankly, I will tell you,
you're muted.
I'm so sorry. I had sirens. So they are having a problem with this particular like CPS like department or in their state or in their area all around. That's pretty much what the judge just said.
Like what?
Maybe it's a, you know what? I don't know what year this was. This is taped. The assumption is that it's, you know, recent, right? There's a lot of us right now that are looking for jobs. Please feel free to get rid of these people and hire somebody else. Cause it this is what's scary about CPS, because they are either way too diligent at their jobs or not diligent enough. And then of course you have probably the people that are like the happy medium, right?
True.
The ones that do their job and do it with care and consideration and are trying to help the people that they're dealing with.
True.
And then you have the ones, like I said, that are too diligent that, oh my God, your child has a little red dot on his arm. We're going to take him from you.
Right.
Not knowing that that dot was because the kid got a shot from the doctor the day before.
Right.
You know, like they take child first, investigate later type mentality, it seems. And then you have the ones that, like I said, who don't do enough, which is when you have children that end up dead.
True.
For, you know, sorry to be so blunt, but that's what it is. When there's a CPS case and the kid ends up dead, it's usually because somebody dropped the ball.
Yep.
I'm not saying that these people are dropping the ball, but seeing it's in the title that there's a cover-up, and the judge just said, we've been having problems with your agency in this area, means that they might need to, you know, find another career path.
This isn't good. Yeah. Not good.
I mean, I think I've told you, like, when I was younger, I think right after I got my bachelor's, I looked into working for CPS, but not knowing at the time that I needed to be a licensed social worker, I believe.
Right.
And then, of course, I've told you too, like, I have reservations about having to go to people's houses in bad neighborhoods, potentially.
Right.
And, you know, being harmed because I'm trying to take your kid. Like, I don't want to be in the middle of that. So.
Oi.
Like, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just doing what I'm told. But, yeah. Okay.
That it is frustrating to me that I set a special hearing and requested Ms. Davis to be present at the hearing, and we show up for a hearing and she's not present. I understand there's personal circumstances.
Isn't this work hours?
That issue, but my understanding yesterday was that it was not an emergency situation, but just general personal circumstances. So, Ms. Surratt, do you want to make an announcement announcement? Do you want to elicit testimony? Do we want to have a discussion? What are we going to do?
Build a website you love.
Go to a
Wix.
commercial. That's what we're gonna do.
For your words.
Couldn't find my mouse there for a second too. Ooh, there we go.
I guess, Judge, we could just have a discussion to try to answer your questions regarding the reasons that we did not take the child into care that particular evening. I wasn't at the adversary hearing, so I'm not really 100% sure what all happened at the adversary hearing and what the testimony was there. I'm assuming you don't want to rehash the adversary hearing. It's just your questions regarding that reasoning from the evening.
Sure. So, I mean, that I would be happy to just ask Ms. Davis to tell us why the child wasn't taken into the emergency custody and possession of the department on that day, February 24th. And she can tell me that, and she can speak on her own behalf, but I certainly want you to guide her through her testimony if you feel that that's important. So, Ms. Davis, do you want to tell us what happened that night and why Evelyn wasn't taken into care that night?
Yes, sir, I certainly can. On that night, Colton did staff with me. I was the program director that was on call. My recollection of that night and the information that was provided was that law enforcement was contacted after Evelyn assaulted her father. Law enforcement was on scene but was not going to detain Evelyn. We had mental health officers also on scene who had assessed her and deemed her to not be a danger to herself or anyone else. I know that Mr. Estep expressed some concern about what he might do should she attempt to attack him again, and he was concerned that he might harm her in defending himself. However, he had an alternate plan in place that had worked on previous occasions, and he was willing to enact that plan again that night, putting both of them in their rooms, not engaging in contact. And he was willing to have Evelyn come into the home while we made a referral to the Yes Waiver program and worked with him to.
What are you basing your testimony on that he was willing to do that?
Just information provided by Colton, the investigator that was in the field.
So when he says in his affidavit, I told him that the child would need to return home to allow us to discuss this with our legal department, how is that the father expressing to him that he had a plan in place? I mean, we have a person who's dead and can't come testify. Testimony from the hearing that we.
Wait, who's dead? Who died? Do we know? Why is that? We're almost 11 minutes in and you're just now mentioning that someone is dead and they can't testify? What's going on? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry.
That is going to reflect that Colton told him, I don't have the authority to take this child into care. She has to go home with me.
Yes, sir.
That's different than what you're telling me that he had a plan in place. So I think there's a conflict in what you're reporting that Colton said versus what he testified to. Have you discussed this with him?
Not that specific incident. I was unaware what the actual concern was for the court, so I did not have time to speak with Colton specifically about the miscommunication or misunderstanding.
You want to recess so you and he can get your story straight, or are you just gonna tell us what happened? I mean, he clearly came to court and said, Miss Davis told me I could not take the child into care without a court order and a wrapper circumstance. Now, that's my recollection. I don't know if we can have the court reporter read it back. It would probably take her a while for us to get that. So he said it. Ms. Moore can make an announcement if I'm mischaracterizing the evidence, as well as Ms. Corbin. He stated that that's what he was told. Did you tell him that or not?
That we can't pick up children without a court order?
In a wrapper?
No, I would not have told him that.
Okay. All right.
This judge is not
Let me
happy.
switch for a second then. Ms. Corbin, you were present. Maybe I'm mischaracterizing the testimony. I think we went through it a couple of times. It was very clear to me that Mr. Barnett was testified that's what he was directly told. Do you want to announce what your recollection was and maybe remind me of other evidence that was presented at the hearing that might be beneficial for us to discuss, Ms. Corbin?
He looks
Sure,
nervous.
Judge. No, I remember it the same way that you do. Because this was obviously a big concern, and you specifically asked Colton. You know, the dad wasn't willing to take her. He didn't think it was safe for Evelyn to be back in the home, and you know, why didn't you take her? And he said, my supervisor wouldn't allow me to, and then said because he was told he had to have a court order in a wrapper situation.
So I think we also had the juvenile probation supervisor present. I know that Colton or law enforcement had reached out to her. We have an 11-year-old female with significant mental health concerns. I think the department was trying to punt to juvenile detention. I think we can all clearly say that an 11-year-old girl with significant mental health concerns does not need to be in juvenile detention under these circumstances, especially with the fact that law enforcement, as Ms. Davis announced, was not going to file charges. So I think what probably needs to happen, Ms. Surratt, is you've got a problem going on. I think, Mr. Wicker, you need to do some sort of internal investigation. I think Ms. Trull indicated that Colton told her, we are not going to take the child, upper management will not take the child, you're going to need to take her. When Ms. Trull indicated we were not going to place her in juvenile detention, he sat down and, as he said in his affidavit, I told the father, we're not taking the child, you have to take her back. That is not the father having a plan in place. It's the father being told by CPS that he has to take this child back. You see on the bottom of that page, Mr. Barnett says, I spoke with the chief juvenile probation officer, Ms. Trull. I was informed that through the interaction with the father, he refused to call the child by name and continued to refer to her as that girl. He had disassociated himself with the child and no longer wanted to be responsible for her care. Let me recess momentarily from the record. I need to take a
Poor kid. He said that girl.
No.
What did she do to him? Sheesh. Wait, are you leaving us in this recess? Oh.
All right, so I apologize for that. We're back on the record here. We'll be back on the record. Mr. Wicker, Ms. Surratt, somebody is not telling us the truth. And it appears. I think you need to do some sort of internal investigation. We have a father, your investigator has information that he has disassociated himself from the child after she had assaulted him. He's in significant physical and medical distress. He's not calling the child by her name. He's been assaulted by her, and your investigator is forcing him to take the child back into his custody. As I said in the hearing yesterday and at the adversary hearing, I'm thankful that neither one of them was injured. Something went wrong here. Now, Ms. Davis is blaming everything on the investigator. And in the hearing, you can get a record from the court reporter to see what he testified to, and you can read his affidavit. I'm not going to assess which one of them I feel like is telling the truth or not unless we have a full hearing to determine that. on the edge of things, stepping back a degree. We are having significant issues with investigations in our county. Anecdotally, I'm hearing that there is frustration with online staff having interaction with Ms. Davis. For whatever reason, she did not appear in my hearing yesterday. You've got a problem, and it may be Ms. Davis, and maybe Mr. Barnett, and maybe the whole dang system, but you're gonna have to resolve the problem. I don't want to have to bring you and her and Ms. Maldonado from El Paso to court. We're your easternmost county almost, and it's a long way out to Midland, Odessa. It's a heck of a lot further to El Paso. It's the way the system's set up. But we're a small little district, but I expect the full force of the state to assist us. It's a miracle that nothing happened here. And this is not going to happen again, okay? I don't have the authority to step in and order you to do something unless I have a pleading before me. I did indicate to juvenile probation that I really didn't have any other option. Something has happened, and I want to hear from you, Mr. Wicker, what your process is going to be to resolve the issue.
Yes, Judge, and I would agree 100% with your assessment that there's some conflicting testimony regarding what was actually said and not said. The first step that I'm going to take is meet with Miss Davis and Mr. Barnett separately to try and figure out what was said by who. Are we putting things in our affidavit based on an assumption or a statement, or were you actually told these things? And then at that point, we'll have to feather out and figure out where to fix the shortcomings. But the assessment that we can't pick up without a court order in certain situations is completely fictitious. That's not our policy now, nor has it ever been. I can say on behalf of Ms. Davis, that's not a discussion we've ever had or an issue that we've ever had before. So it would be a shock to me if that was actually what Colton was told. So I need to figure out if Miss Davis's direction to Mr. Barnett was not clear, or if his interpretation of what his guidance was somehow faulty when he authored the affidavit. I can tell you that when we're staffing on call like this, that when we give a permission to removal, typically the affidavits don't come back through the program director for proofing. They're written and sent up through legal by the supervisor. So that may be something that we need to start doing, is proofing these to make sure that they're 100% accurate.
Well, your attorney signed off on it.
Correct.
So I understand what you're saying. I appreciate that. I want to ask Ms. Corbin, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Gagan, because they were both present. And I think, first of all, you need to get a record from the court reporter as to the testimony that was taken at the hearing, because it was crystal clear to me that his indication was Ms. Davis said, we're not going to take this child, go figure something out. Okay. Ms. Corbin, do you want to give a general assessment of what your interpretation of the testimony was, and if there was some sort of misunderstanding on Mr. Barnett's part?
It did not seem that there was a misunderstanding as far as what his direction was. The indication I got from him was that he felt like he should have been able to remove the child, but was told from upper management that he could not. And that was also the indication that we received from Ms. Truel, the juvenile probation officer, was that basically they wanted juvenile probation to take over.
Ms. Gaiman, you've worked within the system and with investigators. I guess you said yesterday maybe you've been in your role around 20 years with CASA. The elephant in the room is that there is just a general issue with investigations in our region. Will you speak to that so Mr. Richter will understand what the concerns are and your assessment of the testimony, as well as Ms. Corbin's?
Well, as far as the testimony goes, I agree with what Valera, how she remembers it as well. It was very clear with Ms. Troll there and Mr. Baronet that he was told he could not remove because they didn't have anywhere to go with her that night, and see if he would keep her one more night until they could figure out what to do with her, was my understanding. As far as just a general overview, I get reports consistently that when people are making reports into the department for certain abuse and neglect situations, they're being lied to, the calls are not being handled properly. And these are by professionals, school teachers, school staff. I myself has made a report, it passed in just the past few months, which I will say that that was handled and I did get a letter back. But I consistently get negative comments about why nothing is being done when they know these kids are in danger and being abused and no removals are taking place.
And with regards to internal staffing issues, do you want to speak to that, Ms. Gaiman?
Internal staffing in regards,
Just
I guess I'm
within
not.
within the unit, the investigation unit?
Oh, well, I mean, it's my understanding, and excuse my language, is just a hot mess. I mean, there's just, there's a fault, there's a fall through. Some things are not getting through like they should.
So if we, thank you, I guess we lost Ms. Gaiman. I guess that was her final word. Ms. Wright, let me say one thing and then I think we're gonna wrap things up and I'll kick things over to you. I've got a call actually at 11:30. I'm glad Ms. Gaiman reminded me that there was testimony from Mr. Burnett that there is no placement. The child will have to go into CWAP, so we're not going to take her. So if I remember correctly, he testified as to that on the record. If he is saying that, I don't know where that information is coming from, except that it had to come from Ms. Davis. I think personally there's frustration between investigators, the unit supervisor, and the PD. I think that there is a general frustration that they are not getting the support that they need from Ms. Davis. So I think that can wrap things up, Mr. Ratt, unless you want to make an announcement or ask a question.
I just had a quick question from some of the stuff that Ms. Gaiman was saying. Is that coming from statewide intake when these professionals are calling, or is that local investigations?
Okay, so the question, Ms. Gaiman, is the frustration that you're hearing from professionals from a statewide intake or a local unit?
A local unit.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that there are questions with regards to the professionalism of investigators, and it appears to me from a step away that there is frustration between our unit in San Angelo and the interaction that they're having with their PD. And, you know, Mr. Ricker, y'all are a long ways away from San Angelo, and you're a heck of a long way away from Mason, McCullough, and Kimball County. So anything else, Mr. Ratt, you wanted to say?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Moore?
I would just like to ask if we could follow up for a moment with Ms. Davis about what she does recall telling Mr. Baronet, whether or not she believes that there was an interpretation issue or just what she believes might have been the reason for this.
Okay, my suggestion, thank you, Ms. Moore. My suggestion is, Ms. Davis is under oath. I think that you need to have an internal discussion as to that. I don't want to put her in the position of testifying as to something that is not 100% accurate at this point. I think you need to do that internally. Ms. Moore, that's my suggestion, but you're welcome to ask those questions if you want.
No, I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Writing a book is hard. Knowing if it's good, even harder. Neat manuscript analysis.
Anything else, Ms. Corbin, from you?
Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ratt, you want to wrap things up then?
Yeah, is there you want us to follow up with, Judge?
Well, I don't know what, I think it would be nice if we had some report with the court that said this issue has been resolved. It's beyond the scope of the hearing and circumstances here. Look, I think being a CPS investigator has got to be one of the hardest jobs in the entire world. And I'm sure that as things go up, it's tough. We know the circumstances that the agency is in. It is a tough job. I know the pressure to keep kids out of CWAP. But this was a terrible mistake that thankfully did not end up in something horrible happening. I hope that the RD will hear what our concerns are for Mr. Wicker, and I hope that it will be thoroughly investigated. I mean, I trust that it's going to be. I hope we'll have some sort of report back in writing, Judge, this issue has been resolved. That's what my hope would be. So with all that said, thank you for being here with us today. And we'll go ahead and recess. Of course, we know we have another hearing in this case on June 18th. Thanks everyone for your time. Goodbye.
Okay, so not to be funny, but this program director, whatever she is, she doesn't look nervous. She don't look like someone who's about to lose her job. Or be reprimanded. But if a judge or anybody of authority literally just said, you know, what he just said about their agency,
Right.
like, I don't know. Maybe they just, you know what? Maybe they don't think they did anything wrong. But imagine what the circumstances would have been had something bad had happened.
Right.
Like, people would have been out of a job.
True.
Or even worse, or sued. I wonder, do people sue CPS?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Are we doing another one, or?
No, we're gonna finish up for today, guys. Catch me back either tomorrow. Have a good night.